Yep. Hello.
I can hear you, Cliff. Can you hear me?
Hello, I am Terry Wilson, representative for House District 20. I would like to welcome you to day 3 of our virtual town hall. And if you're joining us, I would like to thank you for taking the time out of your schedule to learn about the role of the aggregate industry. Tuesday, we looked at the impact that the aggregate industry has on our state economy and the role it plays in building our communities. Yesterday, we looked at the impact the aggregate industry has on local communities and the role that our state regulatory agencies have in mitigating APOs' effects on those that live near them. Today, we will be opening it up to hear from Texans about their concerns or personal experiences with the aggregate industry. As a reminder, subject to public meeting rules and Texas House rules, we are unable to have interactive responses or questions from members of the Interim Study Committee or the House. but it is your chance to tell the story. If you have questions, you can submit them to the committee clerk's email address, which you can see on your screen now. We will do our best to answer them afterwards on the committee web page. Team, do we have the slide up for them to see?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So many of you have stories to share that we are unfortunately going to limit your speaking time to 5 minutes. However, if you have additional written testimony you would like to submit to the interim committee, please email the committee clerk. Additionally, as we get started, if you could state your name and where you are from, it would be most helpful to those watching. This morning, I would like to start by recognizing Mr. Cliff Kaplan. Cliff, good morning. It's all yours.
Good morning. I was not expecting to go first, but I'm happy to. Thank you so much, Representative Wilson, and thanks to your staff as well for putting these town halls together. It's really vital, and the programs have been educational and insightful yesterday and today, and I mean, 2 days ago and yesterday. I work for the Hill Country Alliance. I live in Austin, but we work in 17 counties of Texas Hill Country on all kinds of issues related to natural resource preservation in the context of all the growth that we're seeing in the region. My introduction to aggregate issues was in Marble Falls, when that quarry was starting to come in next to the hospital. My introduction really came at Scott White Hospital a couple years ago. That's where I met Grant Dean, who helped us see how widespread these issues become, not just in the Hill Country, but all across Texas. The Hill Country Alliance is a member of TRAM, and I know that you had several experts that are working with TRAM in the meeting yesterday. I'm not speaking for TRAM today, but I'll just give a little bit of background about TRAM. We formed about a year ago. We currently have 15 member groups representing 32 counties in the state of Texas. Most of our member groups are grassroots groups of Texans who are concerned about these issues. Some of us are nonprofits that directly work with and serve Texans. And we're also concerned about these issues. I want to extend an invitation to everyone who's on the call who is concerned about aggregate issues to check us out at tramtexas.org and get in touch if you think that you might be well positioned to join TRAM or to support TRAM in another way. We'd love to talk to you about that. Of course, TRAM's goal is to work with the legislature and with industry to find solutions to the biggest impact that the industry is having on communities. Many of the people who speak today are TRAM members. Some are not. I suspect many will cover the most important points that we need the legislature to empower state agencies or local governments to do a far better job at addressing the most important issues: air quality, water quality, quantity, flooding, sedimentation, lack of regulatory structure that would include obvious things like reclamation, road safety, and so on. They will speak from the heart because most folks on this call are directly impacted. So to their voices, I want to add one point. This isn't just about folks on the call today, or just about their communities, all of which are impacted by the aggregate industry. It's also about all of the other Texans who may not realize that their water resources, that their air quality, their personal health and safety are all harmed by aggregate operations. And it's also about Texans who do not yet live near an APO, for whom this is not yet on their radar, but who also deserve to be protected if a concrete batch plant or quarry or any other kind of aggregate operation opens up in their area. One more point before I wrap up. I heard Judge Oakley mention yesterday that aggregate operations are like landfills. No one wants to live near one. They are necessary, and the market drives them to locate near communities. Of course, the legislature is giving counties some authority over where landfills can be located. Perhaps the legislature should give similar authority to counties for where aggregate operations can be located. This is not my own insight. In fact, I've heard it from members of the House Committee on APOs. I hope that the committee will explore that idea in the report that y'all produce. I guess one last thing to note, just on a logistical level, I do want to thank again your staff and you, Representative Wilson, for putting this meeting together. It looks like it's been, it's no small underdoing to do kind of on your own like this, and we really appreciate it. There is at least one more person who I know registered who hasn't received the call-in information, isn't on the roster. So hopefully I can coordinate with your staff, with Jeff and the rest of the staff, to make sure that one person and any others that might text me today to say, hey, me too, that haven't received the info. So hopefully we can get them on before the end of the day. I want to thank you again. This kind of activity is really important, and raising the issue and bringing the committee is all very important. But of course, it's not enough. We need to see results at the legislature. So please keep pushing for reasonable solutions to these issues, and we will keep pushing for them too. Thank you so much.
Cliff, thank you for your remarks and your participation with the Hill Country Alliance and TRAM. I really enjoyed about a year ago going out there to the forum and talking at the forum. We're all designed to see balance, realizing the need for the product and so forth. But you can count on us continuing to move that needle in the next legislative session. Obviously, it's going to be a pretty tough session considering COVID with the budget restraints and constraints and so forth. Of course, other issues. But this is one that I'm going to work hard, as well as other members are going to work hard to make sure it doesn't drop off simply because it may not be one of the top tier priorities of the House. What I'd like to do right now is I'm getting some feedback that we're having an audio issue on y'all's end, and so we're going to take about we need about 2 minutes to come back and fix the audio, and then we'll come right back on, and once we do, we'll be hearing from Adrian Shelley. So we're going on pause momentarily to fix a technical issue. Thank you.
Just a quick audio test.
All right. I need to.
I'm not going to. Me?
One more test here. audio test 2.
Okay, folks, hopefully we have our technical issues fixed with the audio, and you should be hearing this loud and clear. Again, Cliff, thank you for joining us this morning. And again, I would like to introduce Adrian Shelley. Adrian? It's all
Yes,
yours.
can you hear me?
I can. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Chairman Wilson, Jeff Frazier, and other folks who helped put this series together. It's been very informative and helpful, and we appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Adrian Shelley here, Houston native, and the Texas Office Director of Public Citizen based in Austin, Texas. For anybody who didn't get my slides, they are available online. If you go to tinyurl.com/APO slides, that's tinyurl.com/APO slides. The folks on Facebook should see a link to that in the chat. I am going to go through some slides here. I'm going to talk about my history of working on this issue as a public advocate. My work goes at least back to 2014 or so, when I first learned about this issue in Representative Dr. Alma Allen's district. At that time, I think she had 15 concrete batch plants in her district. And my comments are going to focus on concrete batch plants and their effects in urban areas. I think it's important that we look at the entire supply chain of the APO industry. We've heard some startling facts about sand and gravel mines in Comal County and elsewhere over the last couple of days. And so I want to bring in a different element of the issue here. There's a few things I'm not going to talk about. I'm going to follow up later with written comments. I'm not going to talk about past legislation on this issue that I've worked on for years. I'm not going to talk about specific best management practices. What I am going to do is look at a couple of specific facilities that I've worked on over the years and use them as illustrations of some of the common problems. So going through my slides now, you'll see big title slides that can kind of anchor you to where I am in the slide deck here. We're going to look first at Integrity Ready Mix, which is a facility on the north side of Houston, located in a residential neighborhood, first clued into neighbors because it was operating at all hours of the night, had big floodlights on, trucks coming in and out at night, and was a real issue for its neighbors. The fence that you see here, the metal fence, is to a residential property. So you can see here stockpiles that are not within the 50-foot setback that is required. More photos of fences. Here you can see vehicles that are not parked within that 50-foot setback. And again, that fence separates a residential property there. Our recommendation in this area, there are certain facilities, rock crushers, that are required to have a 440-yard setback. We think that should apply to all APO facilities, including concrete batch plants. There have been proposals to increase that setback to 880 yards, which we would also support. So next we're looking at Aurora Ready Mix. This is on the south side of Houston along Shamira Road. And it's a good illustration of what happens when concrete batch plants cluster in a community. You can see a map here of concrete batch plants around Houston and a cluster down there in Houston's 3rd Ward. We've talked a little bit about how there's sometimes modeling done for these facilities, but modeling relies on air monitoring data. And in Houston, for example, there's only 4 regulatory PM monitors, mostly located on the west side of town, several miles from the Aurora facility. There's a map here of the facility and nearby other concrete batch plants. You can see there's some demographic data that shows quite plainly this is a stereotypical environmental justice community, 78% minority, per capita income of only $25,200. Pictures of plants along Shamira Road, many of them have dirt roads. You can see track points out of a facility with paved roads, facilities with paved roads. There's some pictures of air monitoring that we've done in that area. Personally, using handheld light scattering monitors, I've seen real-time values in the hundreds of micrograms per meter cubed, 200, 400, not unusual right after a truck has driven by, as you can see in some of these facilities. So we need to account for the cumulative impacts of facilities clustering. Moving on, Soto Ready Mix. This is a facility that had just repeated violations, 34 violations in 2019, faced widespread local opposition. Mayor Turner, Senator Whitmire, Representative Jarvis Johnson, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee. The TCEQ does not have the authority to deny a permit, or it claims it does not have the authority to deny a permit that is administratively complete. It needs to be given that authority. Eventually, Soto pulled its permit because of the widespread local opposition, but TCEQ should have the authority to deny a permit like that. Situation is difficult in Houston, where they don't have zoning, and I think we're going to hear about a potential fix for that from some other speakers later on. I have some slides in here about health effects of PM. I'm not going to belabor that point. I'll just say that PM health effects dwarf all other pollutants. In the Texas urban environments, billions of dollars in PM health effects. Globally, 90% of air pollution deaths are due to PM monitoring, or PM pollution rather. So I have some more slides here, best practices, monitoring options, those sorts of things, but I'm out of time.
Mr. Shelley, sir, thank you, and I appreciate you forwarding the slides out to, or giving the site where everybody could see the slides. We're not able to do a slide share, and I apologize for that. But I will tell you that your written testimony and your slides have been forwarded to the interim committee considerations. So I'll tell you, I went to visit Dr. Allen in Houston, and just drove around with some of our constituents, looking at some of these asphalt and slash batch plants located in neighborhoods, and your pictures are right on. It's and the light and the air nuisance and of course the noise nuisance is just tremendous. Your cluster slide was very, very informative, and I will tell you from Houston to Lubbock, this seems to be a significant issue. I do appreciate that you point out the neighborhoods of our Hispanic and our African American communities. That's very enlightening. We'll certainly take note on that, and frankly, that's what I observed as well. So again, thank you so much for joining us today, and rest assured your information is possessed by the committee does have it. So thank you again, and I'd like to now acknowledge Mr. Michael Spaniel. Michael, you're on there.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Representative Terry Wilson, members of the House Interim Committee, and Jeff Frazier. My name is Michael Spano with the Coalition for Responsible Environmental Aggregate Mining in Williamson County, and we are also a member of TRAM. In my talks today, I hope to speak about some of the economic impacts that the APOs have in our communities. In mid-2018, without warning, public meetings, or advance notice, 2 quarries started blasting, affecting over 1,000 homes in our areas. Here are just a few sample comments received. We experienced the largest explosion from the rock quarry that we ever had. It woke my son up, started the dogs barking, and interrupted a business call my husband was on. These will destroy our foundation and put cracks in our home, just like any earthquake. In the second comment, we believe that the blasting was the cause of the tile flooring in our kitchen and family room to develop cracks to the points that we had it removed and hardwood flooring installed to replace it. On April 7th of 2020, a blast shook the area so violently that neighbors from the 55+ retirement community called 911 or ran out their homes as they thought an earthquake had occurred. Since 2018, we've been keeping track of the blasts from area quarries. There were 42 blasts, average of 3.5 per month in 2019. In 2020 to date, there have already been 46 blasts, 3 blasts alone this week, and we have still 3 months to go in the year. In April 2019, we requested one of the quarries to place a seismometer in our neighborhood at their expense. During that time, we coincidentally rarely felt the shock waves of the blasting for nearly 4 months. In August, they blasted a couple of times where we felt the shock waves once again. When we asked for the data from the neighborhood monitor, we received none. We discovered that the monitor was inoperative. It was fixed, but we still never received any data when the blasting shook the neighborhood for the rest of 2019. When they removed the monitor in 2020, the blasting only got worse. The Indiana Supreme Court stated, it is argued that the owner of property may make the fullest use of his property so long as he does not trespass upon other property or damage it by his negligent acts. On the other hand, there is also the principle that one may not use his property so as to injure the property of another. In a Harper and James tort case, a business should bear its own costs and burdens and expenses of operations, and these should be distributed by means of the price of the resulting product and not shifted, particularly to small neighborhood property owners, for them to bear alone. We can understand no sensible or reasonable principle of law for shifting such expense or loss to persons who are not involved in such business ventures for profit. Industrial development is to be encouraged, not at the expense of private individuals without their consent, but by the price of the resulting product in the industry itself. The court further justified imposing strict liability by contending that although blasting is a lawful and often beneficial activity, the cost should fall on those who benefit the blasting rather than on an unfortunate neighbor. Another case study reported that due to quarry activities, property values may drop 10 to 15% in the area. When many people view their homes as part of their retirement assets, a 10 to 15% drop in property values can result in lost retirement and lower tax revenues. I did a quick calculation in my own neighborhood, and a 10% drop in property values would be $10.8 million. And a 10% drop in property tax revenue equates to $219,000. Yesterday, we heard Williamson County Commissioner Cynthia Long comment about repairing the roads around the quarries. Well, this is one example where one of the many quarries in the area is running 400 to 500 trucks per week, or 20 to 25,000 trucks per year, and will pay a grand total of $466 in county road and bridge maintenance taxes in 2020. If the state and local governments are looking for more revenue for roads, school, and budget shortfalls, perhaps it's time for the APOs to pay their own way. I received this email from someone this morning and from Florence, Texas, who lives near APOs. Due to my current health conditions, I've not been able to work the past 2 years. In contacting an attorney to request disability, I was told my claim is ineligible because my disability can be solved by moving. So we are being forced to sell our home for the sake of health and finances. And that concludes my talk. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you for being with us today. I would like, if you wouldn't mind, please sharing the contact information with our office, reference that individual that you just mentioned. And also, thank you for your participation with the Citizens for Responsible Aggregate Mining. It's good seeing you the other night at the Georgetown Network Alliance. I hope that forum was beneficial to all concerned. And with that, I would like to introduce Miss Laura Wraith. Miss Wraith, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
I'm here.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Please.
Hi. Well, my name's Laura Raffy. My husband and I purchased land in Double Horn Creek subdivision, now the city of Double Horn, about 5 years ago. We've since built our retirement home, a place that was quiet, safe, and really just perfect for our needs. Imagine our surprise and shock that a quarry was dropped smack dab between two neighborhoods. Never in our wildest dreams would we think that our air, quality of life, and property values would be changed in the blink of an eye. We knew Vulcan was across when we purchased, it was across the road. However, the Spicewood crushed stone is right in our backyard. How can this even be okay? We don't really understand how this can be allowed to happen. Our hope going forward is that there are regulations put into place for a buffer between the quarries and established neighborhoods. More monitoring, not only for air quality and time of use, but noise as well. We understand the need for quarries and crushing plants. However, we also hope for a balance between those and homeowners. Thank you.
Ma'am, first, thank you for being here today. And I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name. It's Raffy.
That's okay. I married into it, okay?
No, I should have asked, but thank you for your politeness in that regard. Yes, I don't know if you were able to watch yesterday. I'm sorry, somebody go on mute out there. We're getting a lot of feedback. All right. Everybody can go to mute, please. Thank you. But anyway, we talked about Double Horn yesterday in detail, and it's rather significant. Your mayor Serrano, she did an excellent job with all the agencies and industry and concern groups on the line, explaining the situation, and of course the financial burden that y'all are enduring simply because you're having to fight. Well, she put it best, Goliath, the Attorney General's office. So we too don't understand how that could have possibly happened, but we do also realize that that is a prime example of a bad actor versus the good actors that we introduced on day one. And so I encourage those out there, if you haven't watched day one, those are some of the examples that industry is currently doing. Not all of them, but the good ones, to make sure that we don't have double horn repeats, and that we're making sure that we're seeing to public safety, the conservation of water, and on and on. So with that, I would like to now introduce Miss Barbara Schmidt.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you loud and clear, ma'am.
I am Barbara Schmidt. I am a resident of Comanche Rancherias subdivision in Kingsland, Texas, on the banks of Lake LBJ. The subdivision is located on the Llano arm of the lake. This July, we were notified that Collier Materials would be establishing a sand plant and a sand mining operation adjacent to our subdivision. The proposed site is literally in the backyards of some residents in our subdivision, and also adjoins property my family owns bordering on County Road 309. Collier's plan is to use 2 dredging barges to mine sand from the Llano River for almost a half mile on each side of his proposed headquarters to a depth of 30 feet into the riverbed. The proposed mining in the public water of the Llano River is literally in front of boat docks of waterfront homeowners in properties valued over $1 million in many instances. The presence of 2 diesel barges mining across the arm of the river would negate usage of that area of the lake by fishermen as well as other boaters throughout the work week. Collier estimated it would require 120 trucks daily to haul off the sand he intended to mine, in addition to 6 acres he would use for stockpiling. If the above plan was not bold and audacious in itself, Collier has lobbied a Llano County Commissioner to approve paving an almost 4-mile length of currently unpaved open rangeland to accommodate industrial 18-wheeler traffic needed to transport his aggregate. Ranchers whose land lies in the pathway of that industrial traffic flow, in addition to affected neighborhood residents, have put together a legal team to fight this encroachment into our lives and livelihoods and preserve our property values and quality of life in this area. Agencies required to sign off on this plan include the Llano County Commissioners for a floodplain permit, TCEQ, the Texas Parks and Wildlife, LCRA, and even the Texas Historical Commission that has jurisdiction over any historical artifacts that may be discovered in the mining process on Texas acreage exceeding 5 acres on public lands or under waterways. To further complicate the proposal, Collier offers no assurances that his requirement of using 6,500 gallons of water per hour to process his sand would not include drilling into the groundwater and aquifer, already providing water to 3 neighborhoods in addition to nearby ranchers. Yesterday, Dr. William Dupree warned this committee that in-channel mining was more environmentally destructive than surface mining and had been banned in some states. In addition to Dr. Dupree, another authority on the Llano River, Dr. Franklin Heitmuller has informed me personally that an environmental impact report should be required. He writes, for homes, structures, and properties on bedrock, there might not be any engineering problems. For those located on unconsolidated sand, gravel, deepening the river in the immediate vicinity of those entities could destabilize the substrate. These are some of the same concerns expressed by Dr. Dupree. The proposed aggregate operation on Lake LBJ would devastate neighborhoods, decrease million-dollar property values, be a hazard to cattle grazing on open range land, and endanger our water resources. This has to be one of the most egregious examples of overreach by an aggregate company imaginable. Please put in place some legislation that protects neighborhoods and health of citizens by requiring extensive green zones between aggregate operations and homes. Please ban aggregate mining in Texas public waters. Thank you.
Ms. Schmidt, thank you very much. Team and I are looking, trying to figure out exactly that spot you're talking about. Is this the Sandy Creek arm?
No, sir. This is a new proposed development on the arm of the Llano River adjacent. Yes, Llano River.
Okay, and it's adjacent from what, ma'am?
It's adjacent to the Comanche Rancherias subdivision on one side of the river and the River Oaks Street on the other side, on the north side of the river.
I see. And has there been any public hearings as of yet?
We have addressed the county commissioners on this. That was our first step to address our concerns on the plan, Collier's proposal that County Road 309 be improved to connect with State Highway 71. And many of us showed up and expressed concerns that this was not a good idea for our ranchers and for our neighborhoods.
Yes, ma'am. And if I remember correctly, where the Y from the Colorado and the Llano meet, you go past Pack Saddle, right?
Oh, the site is 1 mile from the 2900 bridge
Okay.
across the river.
Yes. So, from the storm that took place that pushed a lot of debris into the river, were y'all impacted?
I beg your pardon?
You remember the floods in the hill country?
Yes, sir.
Took out the 29 bridge. Were y'all impacted with sediment deposits?
This neighborhood was not.
But was there a huge amount of deposits along that half-mile stretch that you were mentioning?
The half-mile stretch does not include some of the sandbars that were expanded due to the flooding.
Oh, okay, I got you. So they're not pulling out where we certainly have significant issue in terms of that sediment collection. Instead, they're focused on an area that wasn't impacted. I tell you what, we'll be getting back in touch with you. I'd like to personally go out there and put eyes on exactly what you're talking about. And,
thank you very much.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm sure Representative Murr will desire to do the same. And we'll be in contact with his office. Matter of fact, I think, yes, his office is viewing. So, ma'am, I certainly appreciate your testimony today, and thank you for making sure that you provide your testimony into the upcoming interim committee report. Have a good day. And join us now is Miss Elizabeth James. Elizabeth, are you on?
Yes, I am.
Great, ma'am, it's all yours. Welcome.
All right. Thank you very much for the House of Representatives APOs for listening to me today. I'm representing my family, both Liz and Becky James. We live at 30838 FM 3009 New Braunfels, and my property is approximately 1.0 miles from a proposed quarry, which is Vulcan Quarry, and when you look at it, it's 419 feet from my quarry fence line. Today, I want to share with you my concerns about this quarry going in and what it will do to my family. We bought this property in 1996 in hopes to build our dream home and retire in the hill country. This dream came true for me and my wife in 2003. The property has been in our family gathering for the past 20 years, which is 5 generations. My 99-year-old grandmother lives with us on the property, and we are her caregivers. Because she has a heart condition, she walks daily outside. And with this Vulcan quarry going in, this will decrease the amount of time she will have with us. If Vulcan starts the operation, my family, my property, and wildlife will be affected in the following ways. For health, the silica dust will be released in the atmosphere, which contains a PM 2.5, and it can be carried hundreds of miles. And it also has PM 10, which can be carried up to 30 miles. If inhaled by me or my family, this will cause many health issues. Also, stormwater pollution will flow onto my property from the quarry's property due to excessive rain. The runoffs from the Vulcan property will go through a culvert pipe, which will go straight into my property, which then will go into a dry creek, which is in my backyard, which actually goes into the dry Cornell Creek. For water supply, I'm concerned that in addition to health issues, if this quarry starts operations, I will also be harmed economically in a manner not common to the general public by reduction of water. My home and property is dependent on a private well as my only source of water. The area where I live in Comal County, has added subdivisions within 5-mile radius, which have their own private wells. With this type of growth, with the Trinity and Glen Rose aquifers that are already strained of water supply, there has been many residents within 3 miles that have already had to re-drill because they have gone dry. It is also known fact that the quarry property does not have a good water supply. That is now the Vulcan property. That is why a golf course and a subdivision backed out of buying it before Vulcan Quarry, which is 1,500 acres. A portable crusher has been documented to produce an estimated yield of 150 gallons of water per minute, which is 78 million gallons annually. If the quarry is allowed to pump this much water per minute, this will lower the water table. This will cause my well to run dry, and I will have to spend over $50,000 to re-drill it, and with no guarantee that it will not run dry again. Other areas of concern is my property devaluation. If a quarry goes into operation, there are many factors that will result in devaluation of my property due to air pollutants, increased truck traffic, water supply issues, and noise pollution and eminent domain. Because my property is only 1.0 miles to where the actual crusher is going to be, studies have indicated I expect to permanently lose approximately 15% of my property value. For safety, I'm concerned due to I've lived in this area for 17 years, and in the past 4 years, FM 3009 has tripled in the number of cars. In the past year, there has been so many gravel trucks and 18-wheelers on FM 309, I fear for my life every day when I pull out of my driveway. Since FM 3009 is only a 2-lane farm road, it is not built to have these types of heavy trucks driving on them. And if this quarry goes in, the exit and entrance ramp will be off of 3009 because it was not allowed to have that off of 46. It is determined that 444 loads per hour could be exiting and entering the quarry. For enjoyment of the property, should this quarry be able to proceed mining and crushing operations with just 419 feet from my front porch, my quality of life and enjoyment of my property will diminish. I moved to the hill country to enjoy the night skies. I am a sky gazer, so every moment I have, I use my telescope. The quarry has indicated that the operations will be 24/7. With so much light, we will have no more dark skies. I spend all my time outside working my property every day in my garden, walking, bird watching, trimming trees, and just working the land. I will have to give up all of my joys of life since the silica dust will affect my lungs and health while outside. The noise from all the traffic and blasting will be intolerable. In closing, if Vulcan Quarry goes into operation, this will take away what I have worked so hard for all these years, to retire in the hill country. With nature, dark skies, peace and quiet, it will be taken away from me and my family. And in closing, Vulcan Quarry is not welcome in our neighborhood, so please go back to where you came from. We the people matter. I appreciate you giving me this time today to express my concerns.
Ms. James, thank you for being here today, and I'm sorry that you're going through this. It is very invasive to have these things interrupt our peace, our tranquility, and of course, not to mention the economic impact that we take personally. You mentioned about the runoff. You say the runoff is going across your property?
Yes, sir. There's
okay.
a culvert pipe that is located right underneath FM 309, and that runoff definitely, because the fence line is right in front of me.
Right.
In any type of spillover that Vulcan Quarry will have would eventually come through there and then go through that culvert pipe.
I see.
And I have many pictures of the amount of water that goes into that creek is massive when we really have some.
I see. And you have contacted TCEQ?
Of my concerns?
Yes, ma'am, especially the runoff, because that's certainly within their scope.
It's been in all of my contested case information with pictures and everything.
Okay, and so how long has the plant been there?
It is not here yet.
I'm sorry. I mean, when is the proposed plant to be there? I'm sorry.
We are still working to fight against that plant going in. Right now, the permit has been granted, and I'm part of the grassroots that is fighting to keep it from going in.
I see. And did they provide when they came to look at the issues and so forth of what was planned, did anybody provide you what the plan is for the spillover?
No,
Okay.
I have not.
But right now, before the plant's there, it already spills over into your property.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's just the natural lay of the
Yes,
land.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay, awesome. Okay, well, I appreciate that. And one other question: are y'all in a water district?
Not that I'm aware. Not that I'm aware of. We have to actually get our water from the well.
Okay, I see. Okay, so we'll take a look at that. And you've contacted your state representative?
I have not personally, but I have, as far as the organizations that I'm a part of, Dry Camel Creek and Preserve Our Texas Hill Country, about our concerns with the quarry and all of the factors, the factors that I have expressed.
I'm sure state reps well informed then. Very good.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Well, thank you and thank you for being here today. We'll certainly continue to monitor. We recommend that you put your testimony or submit your testimony to the interim committee as they put together an interim committee report prior to this next legislative session. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
All right, so right now, believe it or not, we actually are a little ahead of schedule here. So what I'd like to do is go back to Mr. Adrian Shelley. Mr. Shelley, are you still with us, sir? Sir, we would certainly like you to pick up where you left off if you have some additional comments.
Sure, I've got a few more things I could say at this point. I appreciate the opportunity there. Let's see. Yeah, so just a few more notes on the health effects of particulate matter. People are familiar with air pollution regulation in Texas, probably mostly know about ozone, right? And that's because there are federal non-attainment areas for ozone, which means we have state and federal obligations to meet ozone standards. And those designations come with hundreds of millions of dollars in economic consequence. There's no question about that. But when you look at the actual health impacts of particulate matter against ozone, it's an order of magnitude greater. You're looking at impacts in the billions of dollars in each urban area across the state. There's not as much data for rural areas, for which I apologize, but the data is quite clear that it's particulate matter that is the real health issue. So why are we in attainment of the particulate matter standards? That's a question of how many monitors there are and where the monitors are. I believe, well, I don't know the full state number of monitors, but in the Houston area where I'm more familiar, you've got 11 particulate matter monitors that have data available online on that GeoTan website that was shared with us earlier this week. You've got 5 regulatory monitors in the Houston area, and they're mostly around the Houston Ship Channel. That cluster of facilities that I showed you over there on Shermira Road, that's about 11 to 12 miles from the closest PM monitor. Now I'm going to get into some numbers here, but the details don't really matter. The 24-hour standard for particulate matter is 35 micrograms per meter cubed, and we can just ignore those units. The annual standard is 12. The monitors in the Houston area are around 11, sometimes 11 point something. So when a facility like Aurora applies for a permit, it points to that 11 value that's 12 miles away. And it says, you know, we're going to take up some additional amount between the 11 and the 12. We're not going to go above 12, so we're just fine. And then the facility that's right next to Aurora, when it files for its permit, it makes that same argument. We're going to go from 11 to 11.5. And then the facility that's a half mile down the road makes the same argument. And TCEQ doesn't have the authority to consider all of those other existing permits, all of those increments of the remaining pollution that's left. It only looks at that one facility permit in a vacuum, right? And again, TCEQ takes the position that it doesn't have the authority to deny a permit if the permit is administratively complete. There are often, countervailing issues of social justice, common sense, specific circumstances that TCEQ really needs the authority to deny a permit, right? And I say all this, after extensive research of my own into these issues. I worked in air quality for close to a decade. I've used citizen science and data in making these cases for specific facilities around the Houston area. I'm very familiar with the numbers behind these arguments, and I can assure you that the lack of federal monitors in places like Comal County, but even in parts of Harris County, are the reason that we meet all of those federal standards and that we don't see more concentrated efforts by our regulators to address these issues. So just the last slide that I have here about best management practices, I'm not going to get into all of the details here, but I just want to go back to what Ms. Shackelford said on day one here. That was a facility, as I understand it, up in Williamson County, where I live now, a beautiful area out here in Central Texas. I think everybody who lives out here is really proud of it. And from my understanding, that facility was really very well run. We learned about some truly impressive procedures there, paved haul roads, all those dry controls. She talked about washing material before it even entered the facility. And she said quite plainly, this isn't a question of the economic cost of compliance. You can make these changes and stay in business. And I think we're going to hear from Taka in the coming months that this will put us out of business, right? But we know that this industry has exploded in recent years in Texas. We know that there's companies coming in from out of state and out of the nation. And so the argument that somehow this industry is going to, shut down and move to an area that doesn't have such onerous regulations, it's just not a persuasive argument. We've heard from the responsible operators that they could go install some of these best management practices without much economic harm. Representative Wilson, you had a bill last session that would have directed the commission to develop a list of best management practices and put those out there for the industry. I think that was an excellent piece of legislation. I would take that even further, a bill that actually amends the standard permits for these operations with some additional best management practices. And I'm really not going to get into the permitting stuff because it's dry, but we'll hear about it later in our comments. But there were some really good bills out there from yourself and others that got to this question of best management practices. Also, a lot of bills about public participation. State representatives don't have the ability to require or request a contested case hearing on a facility. Churches don't have the ability to request a public meeting if they are concerned about a facility that's going up. There's a number of recommendations that were made by the TCEQ's Office of Public Interest Council back in 2018 that did not become law in the 2019 session, but they're really good common sense reforms for public participation. I know that a lot of the people listening today have been introduced to the public participation process in the last couple of years and have found it incredibly frustrating. You are not alone. The public participation process in Texas is designed to be onerous and to be difficult for citizens to participate. It's an unfortunate consequence of the laws that we've passed over the last couple of years in Texas. There's an opportunity to reform that here in this next session. I think I've said plenty here. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak again. More to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelley. I appreciate it. I was just looking through your slides too, and your best management practice slide is, it pretty well sums it up on one chart there. It's amazing looking. I can't recall the exact year, but I guess it in and around 2007 plus or minus one. Where we transitioned from a general permit to a standard permit. I think, and obviously they didn't want a single individual to be able to come and shut something down, but we've transitioned where you can't shut anything down because it's just that piece of equipment, that crusher, if you will. that is permitted, and if it meets that standard, then of course the runoff. But they do have to draw other permits and so forth associated with TxDOT and so forth. But one of the things that kind of struck me as we were looking at this, the issues in preparation for last session, was the fact that a lot of those standards don't transition to our situation that we're in today. The huge demand, the location of where the rock is, and by the way, happens to be where the population's growing, which by the way, happens to be places that's deprived of water. So frankly, and by the way, they certainly want to take the max load, so they have overweight permits for trucks that those permits don't even touch the total expense of the depreciation of our concrete, asphalt, or the integrity of our roads. So lots of issues. We certainly need to catch it up. And obviously there were a slew of bills that were put on the table by 12 plus representatives and senators, and it certainly got the attention, and that's why we're in this interim study process now. Certainly looking forward to your additional input as we work the interim study and report. And again, we thank you for being here today. Okay, well, we happen to be in an opportunity where we can take a short break as others start to come on to Zoom for their allotted time. We've had several folks that registered to provide testimony, but hold on, I think we have somebody who's coming on now. And so right now what I'd like to do is right now I'd like to introduce Mr. David Drew. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly. Mr. Drew, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Sure can, sir. You're online. Please go ahead.
Perfect. So I'm speaking today on behalf of Preserve Our Hill Country Environment. Our website is preserveourhillcountry.org. We're a nonprofit organization founded in Comal County to protect residents and our natural resources in the Texas Hill Country from, in our opinion, the aggressively expanding and poorly regulated APO industry. We're also one of the founding members of TRAM, we heard from yesterday. We have over 5,000 members, supporters, followers. You'll hear from several of us today, but each one of us who speaks today represents literally hundreds of families and households who are affected or will be affected by APOs in Comal County. You may also know us as Stop 3009 Vulcan Quarry, or Friends of Dry Comal Creek. Lots of information on our website, stop3009vulcanquarry.com. Since 2017, we've been focused on a new proposed 1,500-acre quarry that is planned by Alabama-based Vulcan Materials. They're planning on putting this into central Comal County between New Braunfels and Bulverde. It'll be a brand new facility that, in our perspective, will be helicoptered into a residential and ranching area. There's no other industrial facilities nearby. It's going to be literally yards from front porches of many of the neighboring residents, and most importantly, stretches for nearly 3 miles across the Edwards Aquifer recharge zone, potentially affecting the water supply of over 2 million people. Now, why are we fighting this? Why are we opposed? We know we need aggregate, we need quarries, but this is clearly not the right place for one. Neighboring residents are concerned about carcinogenic dust, truck traffic, impacts on property values. We're also concerned about this operator. In the past few years, over 80 formal complaints have been filed in Texas alone, and TCEQ has cited over 35 violations of air, stormwater, wastewater regulations at their plant in northern Bexar County. Not only are we concerned about our water supply, but it could also jeopardize area caves and caverns. Just 4 miles south of the proposed site is Natural Bridge Caverns. Just to the west is the longest cave in Texas, Honey Creek Cave, over 22 miles long. Another cave, Double Decker Cave, is just 1 mile south of the site. One of our concerns is that while operators are supposed to notify authorities when they find a cave or sensitive feature, there's very little accountability here, and Texas law doesn't currently prohibit the destruction of them. Now, arguably, the biggest concern for this particular facility is it stretches nearly 3 miles across the Edwards Aquifer recharge zone. A water pollution abatement plan is required, and operators in PACA will tell you that TCEQ rules are sufficient, but we question that. In 2000, at a New Braunfels quarry over the recharge zone, 2,800 gallons of diesel fuel spilled into the ground over the weekend. It wasn't discovered by employees till Monday morning, and in just a few days, measurable amounts of diesel fuel constituents could be found in water samples at Comal Springs and Waco Springs. So this is not just another not in my backyard fight. It's over the Edwards Aquifer recharge zone. It can affect over 2 million people who rely on that as their primary source for water. But if left up to TCEQ, they saw no problem with this location, and the facility would probably have started operating a couple of years ago. So what are we doing? Even with all these factors and concerns, we have a huge uphill battle to get reasonable common sense controls in place. Neighbors in the community have been actively involved. Over 500 people attended the public meeting. Hundreds of public comments were submitted. Over 100 households and groups filed for affected party status, including Comal Independent School District, the City of Bulverde, Greater Edwards Aquifer Alliance, and our organization is representing many of these affected parties and did so at the contested case hearing last year. There are a number of issues that we had that emerged and we brought to the light of TCEQ in the courts during the contested case hearing. I'd love to get into those. I see my time is about up, so I won't get into those unless I have the permission of.
David, please go right ahead.
Okay, I appreciate it. I wasn't scheduled to go until 11 o'clock, so didn't quite time this in place. But thank you.
No, absolutely.
So during the contested case hearing, the operator, Vulcan, refused to provide core sample data to either us or to the State Office of Administrative Hearings. They insisted that the composition of their rock samples were subject to trade secrets, and even we proposed disclosing that information under a protective order so that only the attorneys and the judge would view that information. They were opposed to that as well. Under oath, one of their employees, Lori Eversole, stated that they drilled 41 core samples to determine economic viability. But when accounting for the emissions and determining the crystalline silica of the rock composition, they selected just 3 samples, mixed them together into a composite, and this is the data that they presented to TCEQ. And Dr. Eversole stated at the trial that they actually destroyed the other 38 samples. So we don't know which samples they picked. We haven't seen the chain of custody. They just asked us and the court to take their word for it. It doesn't sound like a very good neighbor. And I'm sure no operator would intentionally mislead TCEQ or neighboring residents, but their sample seems unbelievably low. So we decided to drill our own core sample 30 feet from the property line. Our sample revealed 5 times the crystalline silica composition that they presented to TCEQ. Now, why is this important? We heard yesterday from experts how PM 2.5 and PM 10 are harmful, but also important is the composition, what's actually in the particulate matter. The crystalline silica is one of the most dangerous components Under the microscope, you can tell. You can look to see its jagged structure causes silicosis, lung disease, and a host of other problems. So if we don't know with accuracy the crystalline silica composition of the material that they will be mining and crushing, how are we going to be able to accurately model the emissions from this facility? During the trial, TCEQ toxicologist Jongsung Lee admitted that crystalline silica emitted by all quarry operations, not just the crusher, not just the machinery itself. And he said, quote, yes, they could cause harm to human health and the environment. And despite this clear risk, they don't take into account the quarry activities themselves, the mining, the blasting, the product transfer, truck exhaust, only evaluates pollution from the actual rock crusher. The TCEQ says they don't have to measure this because they use background concentration levels to determine what these other pollutants will be. And in our case, they used air monitors that were located 12 miles and 28 miles away from the proposed site, downwind from the prevailing wind direction. So we don't think that is accurate, especially considering that Comal County, APOs and their shell companies own over 25,000 acres, which is 7% of the total land area. And I will wrap up here real quickly. Unfortunately, the administrative law judge sided with the applicant and against citizens. We strongly disagree. We appealed the decision to Travis County District Court, and litigation is currently ongoing there. And frankly, we citizens are tired of doing TCEQ's job. We're just looking for reasonable, common sense supervision for an industry that's clearly out of control. Our focus is just one portion of one county in Texas, but this is happening all over the Hill Country and the state of Texas. And the lack of reasonable statewide regulation is resulting in a waste of time, resources, both for citizens who are having to spend their time and their resources fighting this, but also the state agencies, the courts, the operators. Honestly, regulation is not a bad word. It's gotten a bad rap over the last couple of years, especially in redder states. But frankly, this is an issue that is unifying both Republicans and Democrats in the Texas Hill Country. We need a statewide solution, especially over sensitive features like the Edwards Aquifer. We're tired of doing TCEQ's job. Changes need to be made. We second the recommendations that were made yesterday and look forward to improvements in the upcoming session.
David, thank you very much. I tell you, when we deregulated some years ago, we went way too far. We need to bring it back to center for sure. And I appreciate your support. I understand you have a statement to read for Prue.
This is actually a statement from Michael Zimmerman. His comment. Is that the one that you wanted me to read?
I believe that we had a comment that Prue was. Hold on one sec.
Yeah, yeah. It's a long story, but I think this is it. I'll go ahead and read it.
Yeah, absolutely. It is Michael Zimmerman, and I had received a message that evidently a young lady his mother had passed away that was wanting to attend today, and that you have a statement to present on their behalf.
Yeah. Okay. This is from Michael Zimmerman. To the members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to address my concerns regarding APOs. You've heard from TCEQ, I'll get to them in a minute, and the aggregate industry on how they're responsive to environmental issues and doing what the TCEQ has outlined for them to do to successfully run an APO. Now it is the voters' turn to present our issues, how APOs are generally a negative impact for us and the community as a whole. I have two issues to address. Rapid development of APOs without adequate regulatory oversight, mine planning, or reclamation. Since the beginning of this debacle concerning the proposed Vulcan quarry in Comal County, The one main comment we've heard from TCEQ is that they're only allowed to do what the legislature tells them they can do through the state statutes. I've scoured the statutes many times, and I would greatly appreciate if anyone could show me the statute where the legislature directs the TCEQ to only consider air, not water or anything else, just air, to build and operate a rock crushing facility. The sad truth is TCEQ can do whatever they want, respective of keeping the aggregate industry happy. TCEQ's hands are not tied by the legislature, rather they just haven't been caught with their hands in the cookie jar. Water use and availability. You have heard from our experts how APOs are a detriment to us and the environment. Specifically, the site of the proposed Vulcan quarry could not have been worse for us and the environment. And by us, I mean registered voters who depend on the Edwards and Trinity aquifer systems to live, period. Stretching from Bell County all the way down to Uvalde County, some 2 million voters rely on these systems for water. There's no backup aquifer system when the APOs permanently damage these systems. My comment to you is straightforward. The Texas legislature needs to overhaul the TCEQ to protect the Texas voters and environment before there's nothing more to protect. And that is from Michael Zimmerman. And I appreciate you indulging me and allowing me to go over the 5-minute allotment. So thank you for that, Representative Wilson.
Sir, thank you, and tell Mr. Zimmerman well received, and please give our best for his family. Now I would like to introduce Linda Moore. Ms. Moore, are you online? Ms. Moore, I think you're on mute.
I am on mute. Thank you.
No problem. Welcome, ma'am. It's all yours.
My name is Linda Moore. I live about 4.5 miles from the 3009 quarry, and I do have a statement that I would like to say. Texas is go ahead. Texas is experiencing a period of significant growth, resulting in a rapid expansion of aggregate production operations from within the state. From 2012 to there it is. Texas is experiencing a rapid period of significant growth, resulting in an expansion of aggregate production operations within the state. From 2012 to 2019, the industry grew 1,690% in Texas. This growth is causing concern among those of us who live in the Hill Country. My neighbors and I did not choose to live near a quarry. We built our homes here and hope to live here for the rest of our lives. When my husband and I built on Highway 46 just 6 years ago, the only quarries around were near San Antonio and New Braunfels. None were near us, and we never dreamed that one would be placed over the Edwards Aquifer recharge zone less than 5 miles from our house. We thought we were choosing to live in the beautiful hill country that Willie Nelson, Randy Rogers, and George Strait sing about. In fact, if the famous Heart of Texas song were rewritten now, it might have new words like, quarry lights shine into the night, deep in the heart of Texas. The dust-filled sky makes me cry, deep in the heart of Texas. The aquifer has turned to dirt, deep in the heart of Texas. The blast that booms has cracked my rooms, deep in the heart of Texas. I think you get the idea. Despite all the physical
Man, that was
I
awesome.
mentioned about in the song, one of the greatest impacts of the quarry will have is on the economy of the hill country. The hill country is set up for tourism. Look at the ads for the hill country. They invite people to come here to see the beautiful views, breathe the clean air, play in the crystal clear water, and enjoy unique towns. According to the New Braunfels Chamber of Commerce, tourism amounts to $705 million annually and is responsible for 10,000 jobs. The 3009 quarry, on the other hand, will bring in 15 to 20 jobs, and based on what the 1604 Vulcan quarry contributes to Bexar County, it will bring in around $100,000 in taxes. There is no way that a quarry in Comal County can compete with the tourism numbers. Because the quarry industry is basically unregulated in Texas, any new quarry is almost rubber stamped into being. Therefore, Texas may lose what makes the hill country attractive. All one needs to do is travel up I-10 or 281 and see how many signs against quarries have been put up in the last year. One quarry may not do much damage, but in addition to the 3009 quarry, there are quarries slated for Bernie, Marble Falls, and Johnson City, just to name a few. I'm afraid if this exponential quarry growth continues, no one will want to visit or even live here. In the APO industry need to be created, and those standards need to be adopted into law. If every potential quarry is allowed to come into the hill country, tourism will be hurt. Remember that $704 million and 10,000 jobs mentioned before? That's just New Braunfels alone. Think of all the money and jobs that are created in the hill country just by the hill country being the hill country. Tourists do not come to the hill country to choke on the dust, play in polluted water, view leveled hills, and listen to blasting. Finally, the legislature needs to protect us, its constituents. Legislatures need to stop taking money from industries that they regulate. I was appalled to see how many legislators have taken money from big quarry companies. It's easy to find out who does. In fact, my legislator has taken money from Vulcan, which is a multi-billion-dollar international company. I am a retired teacher. The only voice I have is my vote. Right now, I do not care about my legislature's stand on abortion, making America great again, or defunding the police. I will let my vote in the national election speak to these issues. Right now, I only care about how he or she is going to affect my life directly by choosing or not choosing to regulate quarries. For the sake of the hill country and those constituents who live here, please choose to regulate this industry. Thank you.
Miss Moore, retired teacher, you must have been a music teacher.
No. I was actually an English and Spanish teacher.
Nice. Well, I tell you, that is really a pretty cool song. I like it. It is very disturbing, especially when you look at the tourism that it impacts. You're right. They come for the clean water, the fresh air, the beauty of the land. I know Lady Bird must be turning her grave right now. Especially
I imagine she is, and she doesn't live far from here.
Right. Oh, absolutely. And when you look at the cumulative effect of mine after mine after mine after mine going next to each other, you probably heard the testimony of Mike Hodge, the city manager of Marble Falls, where they are the square acreage of Marble Falls is equaled by the amount of acreage of mines around Marble Falls, and it is significant, and we are very, very concerned about the cumulative effect of all those plants next to each other. We know that we permit per the piece of property, not the total of operation, and I think that's part of the problem. And if it isn't tourism about the community that you just talked about, it's also about ranching and farming.
Yes.
And when you look at the dust and debris that is out there, it's very significant. The good news is that there are responsible companies that are purchasing technology and doing the things that they need to do. And of course, I'm going to continue to promote those companies that are doing the right thing in terms of public safety, doing the right thing in terms of setbacks to ensure for beautification, doing the right things to ensure that their dust truly doesn't exceed their property line, and also respect the fact that our hill country is about wildflowers, and people come from all over the United States to see that, and so we're responsible.
Actually, all over the world.
All over the world. You're absolutely correct. But anyway, I thank you for your service to our children. Your underlying point is this isn't about party. This isn't about your frame of reference of certain politics. The far left is coming with the far right, and everything in between is all in agreement that something has to be done. And unfortunately, when our state legislature deregulated, I think, Jeff, it was, about 50 to 80 mines across the state of Texas that was construed surface mine, not necessarily rock crushing. And now we're well over, what's our number now, 1,600 some. But anyway, just tons. And every day it seems like I get a notice from TCEQ of another permit that's being filed. And I'm just sitting there just praying, I hope it's a responsible company that's looking to be part of the community and not against the community. So again, thank you so much for joining us today, and we will continue to work hard in this matter. I would like to now introduce Linda, and I hope that I'm pronouncing this right, Byerly, to this forum. Linda, are you here, and did I pronounce your last name correctly?
You pronounced it correctly. Thank you very much. Byerly.
Byerly. Thank you, ma'am. It's all yours.
Okay. My beautiful country home and land and my quality of life will be destroyed with the gouging of a huge pit 2 miles from my property. Is this recording now, or should I have waited to start?
No, ma'am. This whole thing, even the singing and the jokes and the anything to our discussions as a whole is being recorded.
Well, we're going to have a huge pit within 2 miles of our property. It will be like living in a coal mining town with explosions shaking our home and our water well, industrial sound and light pollution, and the distribution of toxic silica dust into our air. The cancerous explosion of aggregate production of operations in Comal County is a travesty to personal landowners and citizens. At a meeting of Stop Vulcan Quarry, I was appalled to learn that the TCEQ had ceased to perform air quality testing in our county. That indicated a systemic disregard for the protection of the safety of our population. No testing, so no one can prove carcinogens are being released during quarry operations. Reminds me of a reluctance to test for a virus during a pandemic. I guess if there aren't numbers to show people have the virus, maybe it's not a big problem. In addition to the very big picture problems of numerous APOs in our area, the problems being excessive water usage and pollution over a large recharge zone, release of a known carcinogen, silica, into our air, grinding, grading, machinery, industrial noise, and lighting, there's a problem of huge truck traffic inserted onto our narrow county roads. As I've driven down FM 1863 lately, I can see gravel trucks pulling in front of me from Lower Smithson Valley Road in their APO on Lower Smithson Valley Road. And I'll be thinking, surely that truck won't pull out in front of the traffic moving at the legal 45 to 55 miles per hour on this road. Then bam, the truck pulls right out in front of me or someone else. The piece of road I'm talking about is on the approach to Johnson Ranch Elementary School. Are these trucks going to pull over or pull out in front of our mothers or fathers driving their children to school, or in front of our school buses? The citizens of our area are victims to big business and political disregard for our health and safety. The protection of the quality of our land and water and air and our expected standard of peaceful rural life, we're literally being blasted and bulldozed out of our Texas Hill Country way of life. The very people in Comal County in Texas who are charged with representing our interest have allowed an excessive number of quarries in our county, and they've allowed them to pocket our landscape like holes in Swiss cheese. Comal County in particular has allowed an unrestricted number of new quarries, while Kendall County has restricted this onslaught. Every elected official, commissioners, representatives, congressmen, even governor, who is involved in turning over our hill country into a mining area like the Appalachia or Wyoming, needs to go. They have opened their arms to big aggregate businesses without concern for adequate oversight of environmental impacts. Every elected official involved in this systemic disregard for our citizens needs to be voted out of office now. Stop Vulcan Quarry now. We don't need this huge hole scraped and crushed out of our backyard. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I understand that Bill is online as well.
Yes, let me let him sit right here.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Hang tight though, because I may have questions for you and Bill both. So please don't go anywhere.
Sure.
Absolutely. Bill, how are you, sir?
Great, thank you. And who are you?
Sir, I'm Terry Wilson, facilitating.
You're a representative? You're a representative?
Yes, sir, I sure am.
Oh, okay.
I serve the people of House District 20, which is Burnett, Williamson, and Milam County.
Ah, well, I appreciate the opportunity.
Yes, sir.
To add my 2 cents to this discussion, it seems to me that the most cogent fact is that a very large APO is being proposed in a county that is one of the 5 fastest growing counties in Texas and in the United States. I find it hard to believe, but it's a fact. The population of Comal County has been and is exploding. We're talking about single family homes. And when we say family, we're really talking about 2 adults and many children. The school district is having a hard time building enough schools just to keep up with the population. And school buses they line the highways bumper to bumper. And we have small, narrow, poorly built, almost unmarked county roads out here to drive on, particularly the one, the Smithson Valley High School, there's very few roads that run north off 1863. There's just really a couple, 281, Smithson Valley Road, and 309. And all the Smithson Valley High School is a very, very large high school. And I jokingly refer to it as an English high school because they frequently drive on the wrong side of the road at very high speeds. And these roads simply will not accommodate very heavy APO traffic. So the truckers are among the worst. The high school students frequently drive at a high speed on this little small 2-lane road. They drive at a high speed on the wrong side of the road. That's why I call it English high school. And the truck drivers, their trucks, their 18-wheelers are larger than the lane that they're in. So given the fact that the high schoolers drive oftentimes on the wrong side of the road and the truck drivers are halfway on the wrong side of the road, it's a very, very dangerous situation. All Texans know, I believe, that certain truck drivers, like aggregate train gravel drivers and oil country fracking truck drivers, are the most dangerous drivers on the road. If you collide with them, they don't die. Your small, fragile car with kids in it is crushed and torn asunder by their humongous 18-wheelers. Building a quarry in the most rapidly developing and established family real estate development seems to me like a fool's errand. Real estate developers sell their area based on beautiful, pristine hill country views, air, birds, lack of city noise, etc. The proposed APO will substantially diminish these features, as you
Bill, I think you may have hit your mute button, Bill.
5 or 6 miles from the APO right on the Cibolo Creek, and we hear their explosions here. So I assume it's shaking the ground. If the well is ruined because it caves in and you can't pull the pipe, then you're facing a $70,000 to $90,000 cost, which one of our neighbors just recently had to go through. That is incurred to drill a new well. I can't imagine a single property owner like the one I know being able to sue successfully these large APOs with their gangs of lawyers and winning in the end. We all stand to lose with a proposed APO, and really the people that stand to win are the stockholders of the APO. So to me, it's one of these questions of the people versus big business. Big business has a lot of places to go. They're wonderful. We need them, but you don't need them in the middle of real estate developments in the fastest growing county in Texas. I really appreciate the opportunity to tell you that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sure. Thank you. Loud and clear. Responded to that. I don't know if you were able to attend the first 2 days of discussion. Were you able to attend the first 2 days? Okay. You'll be able to go on Facebook and you'll be able to find both those days, except I think we did day 2 will be coming back up here soon. And obviously what you're going to hear is you're going to hear about good companies and responsible trying to put their operations on rail lines to keep the trucks off, or at a minimum. You'll hear things about being responsible into other areas, but you'll also hear about from county judges, commissioners, and townships that what they're fighting through to be able to ensure good neighbor participation. And obviously we have significantly hindered our locally elected folks in terms of not giving them much in their toolkit to be able to ensure that public safety and all those sorts of things are in mind. But thankfully there are responsible companies out there. Those bad actors obviously is what we're trying to address here. One thing when I got into this, looking into this more, I come to realize that a lot of these trucks are independent drivers. They're not owned by the aggregate companies.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir. The vast majority of them. And also you'll find yesterday where the Department of Public Safety and TxDOT both discussed, the fact that, what a trucking agency and so forth are wanting to make sure that they keep their commercial vehicle standards up to protect folks. But you're right. At the end of the day, it's an individual behind the wheel of that big rig, and it's been amazing seeing in Williamson and Burnett County, especially the loss of life, especially on significant thoroughfares. I would also say that, a big concern of ours is these trucks are now taking routes on roads, as you mentioned, those roads were never intended to provide for those trucks. And of course, selection of aggregate property isn't based on, access as much as where the stone is. And so those heavyweight permits and so forth that they get purchase those fees don't come close to what is needed, if you will. Those go into general revenue. But what our locally elected officials are now struggling with is, we need to build new roads, which takes us aggregate, but those new road costs is significant, and they have very little funding just to repair the ones that are getting tore up by the heavy trucks, which again tends to public safety issues, especially cars and trucks hitting those big holes. So thank you a lot. I appreciate your comment. I know that Linda's still there. Linda, you had mentioned that Kimball County versus Comal County. Kimball was able to close certain things down, whereas Comal County. Tell me the difference between the two counties in terms of how they're operating.
Was based on I went to a Stop Vulcan Quarry meeting. It may have been the second or third. It was at the Bulverde Senior Citizens Center. So I cannot tell you who exactly made the statement, but it was people who were scientists and people who had been involved in the process. They said that Bernie in Kendall, and I believe it's Kendall County, but it was Bernie, they fought a new quarry and they kept a new quarry out. But if you look at maps of, I didn't have time to prepare because I just received my email last night, but we're pocketed. Comal County is pocketed with quarries. And just, they don't do anything to stop them. There's either the commissioners, there's a no vote, which to me is an okay, while other counties are concerned for their citizens. And I just relied on information that was provided at that Stop Vulcan Quarry meeting by an expert. We had air experts that showed the wind direction, how far away you could be, which was a lot farther than what the quarry people say, that, oh, the silica won't go anywhere. And we don't even, from what I understand, measure the type of dust that comes from silica. I'm not even sure we measure that.
Yes.
In Comal County.
No, I appreciate it, ma'am. Thank you for that feedback. You know, the thing that's different between a county and a municipality is obviously a municipality, a city can, they have zoning and ordinances, which if the mine is in proximity or within the limit. And in some cases, there's some things that they can provide input in terms of the ETJs that they have that can restrict some of the industry's efforts that they have to obey the ordinances. However, on a county, the county doesn't have the authority, the zoning authority, and so it may be in the case of Kimball that and Como issue that you brought up, that it was Bernie municipality, their local leaders, which do have some tools in their toolkit, whereas the counties don't. If you'll call our office, and next week we'll explain more. And with that, again, thank you so much for attending today, Bill and Linda. Now I'd like to introduce Carl. Is it Werner or Werner? I believe you're still on mute, sir. Carl, are you with us?
I'm sorry, I was muted and didn't know it.
Oh,
yeah.
Sir, that's quite all right. Thank you for joining us today. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yeah, we say Werner. It's, the Germans would shake their heads and say Werner.
Werner. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Thank you for being with us today.
So I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you. I really think that something like this is valuable. I know that a lot of people feel like, they're just wasting their time kind of tilting at a windmill, and so why participate? And I just don't see it that way at all. And I appreciate you giving us a forum here. And I've listened in some and I've missed some. I will be the first guy to say I totally agree with the issue about the roads being insufficient. I live 1863, FM 1863 is my kind of lifeline, either to San Antonio or New Braunfels. And the truckers on the road, it's a problem. It's a serious problem. And the fact that they're independent operators actually seems like it makes it kind of worse to me. I mean, who do we really, it's Vulcan's quarry, but then if there's a problem, they can say, well, that's not our truck. So before I get into a couple of points I wanted to make, I just totally agree with the road issue. They're inadequate, and this area is growing like a weed. I hear you when you say that the municipalities have less power, more power to regulate than the counties do. I was one of the kind of early on gang members about 20 years ago that got Bulverde Incorporated. And the thing that lit a fire under us to incorporate a city and not just be subject to the county commissioners was a quarry that was going to go in like 300 yards from the house I had just bought when we moved out here. So we bought a house, we moved here, and boom, the first thing I see is that we have to find a quarry. So I get that the county may not have the tools that they need. And I get that, you know, most projects have a not in my backyard kind of a thing about them. And I get that the quarries, if I operated a quarry, I would want to put it right next to a subdivision, so, you know, my cost would be minimal. The thing is, I just really still don't think this is the place to do it. And one of my concerns is about water. Number one, availability. Me and all of my neighbors here are on water wells, and they are not prolific water wells to begin with. Okay, and so I don't mind sharing, and when somebody builds a house, I don't have any problem with that. But man, the notion that I'm going to be sharing an aquifer with an industrial operation like that just does not seem right to me in this neighborhood. That just doesn't seem right. So there's the availability thing. You know, there's the quality of the water. I'm not an expert, but I've read enough to know that these operations can have an adverse effect on water quality. And what gets me about the availability thing and the quality thing is that those are really not fixable. Like once you have an event that either affects how much water you have or the quality of your water, you know, there's very little that can be done to fix it. And at that point, there's a quarry that's up and operating. Somebody's put millions of dollars into it. You know, what chance do we have to actually, you know, get something like that remediated? So we're inviting into our neighborhood something that is likely to cause a problem that can't be fixed. And by the way, if it can be fixed, it seems to me like the state of Texas or Comal County or somebody is going to have to step in and fix it. And hey, man, that's my tax dollars at work. I would rather they use that money to, you know, to improve 1863, maybe put in a couple of stoplights, you know, that kind of thing. So I'm the son of a wildcat geologist, and he was kind of a crusty old guy. And there was a limited number of things he enjoyed talking about, and geological stuff was one of them. So I'm kind of an amateur geologist myself, and I know that they just speak in terms of probabilities. It just seems like there's a high probability here that we'll have a problem. And I understand everybody's need to be in business and make a profit, but I really don't think this is the place for it. And that's all I have to say. I do appreciate your giving me the opportunity.
Sure, thank you for being with us today, and it is frustrating. You feel as if common sense will prevail in some regards, as we've discussed about public safety, and of course the locating them within neighborhoods. Have you seen have you had an opportunity to see the batch plants in Houston, literally in town?
I have not, but I guess I can imagine.
Yeah, it's significant, and Mr. Shelley had a great slide earlier on the cluster, but you know, obviously the growth, the demand, as the state demographer put out there at the close of yesterday's meeting, you know, the demand is just significant. Team, did we ever run down of a family of four? It was something like the tonnage was unreal of concrete needed per family of four. We'll try to get that out there and put that on our website when we answer a lot of these questions in the near future in our Facebook site. But it is significant with the materials needed, but the placement, you know, goes back to, you know, where is the stone? So frankly, you know, I would hope that maybe we can look in terms of the state's ability to possibly assist in identifying our universities have done some great work identifying this mineral, and man, wouldn't it be cool if you could just overlay where the train tracks are and see where those things meet or overlap one another to get some of these trucks off the road. But again, thank you so much for joining us today, sir. And now I'd like to introduce Grace Murphy. Grace, are you with us?
I am. I'm not showing there, but I might. Can you hear me?
Ma'am, we can hear you loud and clear. So, but not seeing your picture. So if you had a beautiful view to show us, sorry, we're not seeing it. Maybe we'll get there. Oh, we got you now.
There we go.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay. I'm not very prepared. I've just gotten back from vacation, but I just wanted to say a few things. If I stand up, maybe that'll help. My name is Grace Murphy, and I'm about 4 miles from the potential quarry. This is really from my heart more than anything else. I have bullet points, not a prepared statement, but I guess, how does a corporation feel confident in buying property in a residential community such as this? Have you seen this idyllic property yourself? It's everything and more when you think of Texas Hill Country. Why do the residents have to suffer for this corporation? Increased lung problems, traffic, accidents, noise, blasting, destruction of property from noise and blasting, habitat issues, poisoning of water supply. Over 2 million people will be affected by the water supply for the Edwards and Trinity Aquifer. And it's a recharge zone. Have you seen the signs that say recharge zone all over the Hill Country? What does that mean to Texas, actually? Who's protecting us from the silica that will drain into the water supply? Are we not in favor of protecting resources and residents? Property over a large cave and cavern system, who is protecting that? Or are we only interested in protecting the rights of big business? Who has our backs? This facility can be located elsewhere. What about the largest bat colony? No protection there either. It seems to me that whatever system is in place is backwards. People, animals, and environmental resources should be protected over the almighty dollar. Where is the oversight? TCEQ has provided no protection to the people in Comal County. The entire air quality of the county needs to be taken into account, not piecemeal. They need to do their job, not rubber stamp a project from a large national corporation. Why are they selling out the great people in the state of Texas? Lastly, go outside in the middle of the night and shine a flashlight and see how many particles are floating in the air, and decide for yourself if more particulate matter needs to be added to our county. Please protect us. Please help us relocate this giant elsewhere. Thank you for listening to my concerns.
Ma'am, thank you. Thank you for your comments, and please note that you can provide written testimony for our interim committee report. This is a town hall, but if you hang tight, or if you've seen from the previous days, there's actually an email address that you can send written testimony to the committee for the interim study that will be provided prior to the session. And thank you again for joining us. Next with us is Ms. Kara Olson. Are you there, Kara?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you, Representative Wilson, for giving us a voice today. My name is Kira Olson. I live in Bulverde, Comal County with my husband and 2 daughters. We bought our property, built our home, and moved here in 2005. In August of 2017, we were dealt a blow when we were notified by fellow resident that Blue Pine Holdings, a ghost company of Vulcan Materials, bought the 1,500-acre ranch, whom we share our back fence line with, and whose scenic view is part of the focal point of our home. We have spent 15 years creating our life on the land that we are blessed to have in our care. My family has been a big part of every aspect of work we have invested in on our land. We take great pride in being responsible stewards and teaching our kids to do the same. Coexisting with nature by managing the trees we cut and using them for building material in structures and fence lines, collecting rock for the building of walls and outbuildings, and planting grasses and trees are some examples. Our greatest passion as a family is to be outside, enjoying our property and the surrounding hill country. I am deeply concerned over our air quality in Comal County. It is obvious that industry is overriding the health of Texans and disregarding scientific advancement. The Texas Hill Country and Texas in general is facing a silent killer called particulate matter. PM10 and below has been proven to be dangerous to young and old. When our own county commissioners refuse to support us in doing what they are capable of doing, such as monitor and inspect air quality, we are left in the hands of the TCEQ, who is widely known as a rubber stamping permitting agency. This creates a serious problem for private citizens in unincorporated areas of Texas, such as our home here in Comal County. In 2019, my then 16-year-old healthy daughter, Kennedy, developed a cough that would come and go, starting in the morning when she would wake up, escalate when she would exert herself in any kind of physical activity, and spiking again in the evening when she would go to bed. We saw multiple doctors and conducted several studies, and finally, after experiencing several frightening moments, when Kennedy could not catch her breath, she was finally diagnosed and successfully treated for asthma. She must have her inhaler on hand and uses it multiple times per day. She also takes 2 different medications every evening. As we and the whole world experienced COVID-19, fear of Kennedy's chances of getting sick was heightened for us. Comal ISD already has over 2,000 students with asthma, with an asthma health alert on file. That file does not include my daughter. Kennedy goes to school in San Antonio. How many more kids go unaccounted for, and how much weight does poor air quality play on my daughter's ailment? When a 1,500-acre quarry comes in and starts operations 100 feet from my fence line, the failure to consider air pollution sources such as roads, mining and blasting operations, and product transport, as well as the cumulative impact of pollution from the existing APOs already in the area, is quite disturbing. My husband and I love the Texas Hill Country and plan on living here as long as we live. This is our home and our legacy to carry on to our children. What will become of us, and have we already become affected? Another grave concern I have is water. Our sources of water for our homestead supplies our family's needs, horses, several farm animals, our cats and dogs, as well as abundant wildlife, a large garden, and several trees. We rely heavily on the Trinity Aquifer. The out-of-state Alabama-based Vulcan Quarry will be using a lot of water. Where exactly will that water come from, and what will that cost our community? This land is entirely over the Edwards Aquifer Recharge Zone, includes part of the West Fork Dry Canal Creek, and is planting itself in the middle of over 12,000 residents. How is it that a quarry can mine directly over the drinking supply of over 2 million people, but a landfill cannot? The contamination to the aquifer, as well as other interconnecting waterways, such as rivers and springs, could be life-threatening and devastating to the surrounding communities. Our waterways have provided my family and millions of tourists with countless kayaking and tubing adventures. What kind of economic impact will pollution and overpumping have on our local businesses that thrive upon tourism? When a quarry can self-monitor, the eyes of the fox guarding the hen house can sure light up. That is an unrealistic approach and an irresponsible lack of regulation. It becomes a private individual's responsibility to report incidents, but unfortunately, the damage has been done. TCEQ will investigate however long that takes and may assess a minuscule violation fee, but countless citizens may have already suffered from the damage done. Just yesterday, down the road from us, a resident near a Martin Marietta quarry posted on the Nextdoor app that she felt an enormous ground vibration. Her whole house shook, and it wasn't the first time. She's afraid this could potentially damage foundations and cause other problems in the homes. She didn't know who to contact to complain. She has contacted the TCEQ in the past, but they told her there's nothing they can do unless it causes an environmental problem, like creating a bunch of dust. Is this my future? I ask that in this upcoming legislative session, that the committee find a balance between industry and citizens. Texas is special, and Texans are truly one of a kind. We hold a deep and genuine love for this state, but many have forgotten that while we hold up our flag with immense pride, we have an obligation to protect what is within. Thank you for your time, sir.
Kira, thank you for your statement. Let me ask you, is the picture behind you, and I'm sorry, I just lost your picture. Is the picture behind you, is that, are we actually seeing into your backyard right now?
You are, sir.
Oh, that's beautiful. And did I hear you correctly that the mine is going to go right behind your property?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're sitting on your back porch?
Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness, I can see a nice horse ring there, and beautiful rolling hills, and you know, first let me just say I'm sorry, and you know, I'll tell you that I'm not one to shirk blame. To blame is the state. It is your legislature and your governor who can fix this in terms of the issues. Now, obviously, we all believe as Texans about our freedoms and our liberties, and Texans really take it personal when they feel it's being infringed, especially when it comes to property rights. And this is definitely an intersection. But, and you know, a lot of the issue is when you look at Comal, Campbell, Hayes, Williamson, and Burnett counties, that's where the predominance of the growth is happening. And unfortunately, that's exactly where the stone is, and accessibility to that stone. And but you know, there is such things as good neighbors and some considerations, and so you know, we'll work to continue to put things in place to ensure good neighbors. You know, I hear time and time again of issues associated with, and I believe it's same with you, Vulcan, correct? Is it Vulcan that's going in?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we've been watching that one closely. You know, I found that it's the Texas-owned and companies such as Texas Crushed Stone and Hanson and others that you know, they've been open 70 years, and they're doing things to make sure that they're protecting their communities and so forth like that. Is your ranch just out there on its own, or is it a pretty populated community?
No, sir. We actually live in a community called Beck Ranch, and we all have over 5 acres in this area. So I'm relatively close to my neighbors.
I see.
And this quarry is coming in the middle of, yes, there's a lot of ranch land, but a lot of communities are directly around this piece of land. I mean, this is the Vulcan quarry right there.
Wow.
But everyone around it is a little upset.
No, absolutely. And are y'all, is there a groundwater district where you're at?
I believe the Trinity district, the Kamau Trinity district is around.
So obviously they have to get a permit, and within that permit, it's specified the amount of water that they can pull. Correct?
I am not sure on that, if it's grandfathered in or not. I believe the Kamau Trinity groundwater district formed after they applied for their air permit, and I'm not specifically sure on what they have to go through with them, but.
And are they? Do you happen to know whether that facility has a water recirc where they're reusing water?
I don't know the specifics. They have not applied for their water permit just yet. They have been.
I see.
They have been granted their air permit and are in court with the group called.
Okay, I got you. They're building. Okay, I got you. We're trying to build. I see.
Right.
Yeah. Well, Kara, I hear, and like I said, I'm not one to shirk responsibility, but at the end of the days, we've really handcuffed the counties and the county leadership, and they really they don't have the authority of your commissioner's court. It's really
they do. Don't they have specific? The Texas law states that counties have the same authority as the TCEQ to at least monitor and inspect air quality and emissions violations, including the power to install and operate air quality monitors.
Yes. Have you asked the commissioner's court whether they have budgeted for or would consider?
I believe the organization has, and they do not want to support their constituents in that manner.
Okay, I understand that. Okay, well, Kara, again, I'm so very sorry, and please keep us posted. I highly recommend that you submit written testimony to the interim committee to provide reference within our inter-committee study. So thank you very much, and I'll introduce Jordan, and I believe it's Macha. Jordan, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. It's Jordan Maka, but
Maka. Okay. Sorry about
that. No, that's all right. Well, good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. Again, my name is Jordan Maka. I'm the Executive Director of Bayou City Waterkeeper, a nonprofit organization based in Houston, Texas, that works to protect and restore the Lower Galveston Bay watershed. Today, I'm representing the statewide coalition TRAM, Texans for Responsible Aggregate Mining. We are composed of 15-member groups, including nonprofits and volunteer grassroots organizations. You've already heard from several of our members today during this public meeting. Representing constituents from 32 counties around the state, our 15 organizations are working to create a healthier, safer, and more efficient aggregate production operation industry that is aligned with the concerns of the community in which they operate. TRAM seeks to work with lawmakers, state agencies, and good faith industry operators to create state standards for best management practices in the rapidly expanding APO industry. These include, as many have already mentioned, open pit surface mines, sand mines, hot mix asphalt plants, concrete batch plants, which we have here in Houston, bulk material handling facilities, and all associated crushing, processing, and transport operations. As Texans, we share a common goal: to ensure the health and safety of our communities and the environment in which we live. For the welfare of our family, friends, and neighbors, we expect industry to operate with these values in mind. Unfortunately, due to the lack of regulatory oversight, APOs across the state are negatively affecting those who call Texas home. In comparison to other states, Texas APOs rank near the bottom for operating without comprehensive regulatory standards. Nationwide, approximately 82% of APOs operate under comprehensive or partial APO mining regulations, leaving the majority of Texas's APOs in the bottom percentile. This disparity is unacceptable. As an example of feasible compliance, 9 of the major APOs in Texas operate in other states under enhanced regulatory standards. Unsurprisingly, despite the regulatory enhancements of other jurisdictions, these 9 companies continue to operate with economic success. There's no valid reason that our APOs cannot operate under the same comprehensive standards as our sister states. As TRAM members, we recognize that APOs provide an important service in providing construction material across the state. However, this should not come at the expense of the health and safety of our communities. We ask that Texas APO industries operate as they do elsewhere, by following best management practices that respect their neighbors' health and property. We ask you and the committee, as our elected representatives and legislative body, to give the TCEQ the tools they need to adhere to their stated mission of protecting the state's public health and natural resources, instead of condoning the destructive practice of rubber stamping permits that harm our people and the natural resources of this great state. Thank you again for this opportunity and for hearing from our member groups today. Thanks.
Ma'am, thank you very much for being here today. The team, we have several who's listening in to each of these comments. We're collecting some notes and so forth. Edward, there's some additional information we would like to get. What's that? Go ahead.
Just ask her about the part of TRAM that she works with.
What part of TRAM do you work with again in Houston, ma'am?
So my organization is Bayou City Waterkeeper, and we're based in Houston. But there are, and we can share this with your team as well as submitting formal comments, a list of all of our membership across the state.
No, I'd appreciate that. You have a little bit of time left. Could you tell us exactly what that group focuses on?
Sure. Let me pull up our list of supporting organizations. But the Texans for Responsible Aggregate Mining, TRAM, again, is a statewide coalition of member groups, and we are working to...
Yes, ma'am. We're very aware on TRAM, but your group specifically, your
my group
specifically.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
no,
thank
that's
you. Bayou City Waterkeeper, we're based in Houston, but work throughout the lower Galveston Bay watershed. It's a 10-county region that surrounds the city of Houston, Harris County, going from the Brazos River, Lake Livingston, all the way down to Galveston Bay. And our primary charge is to protect and restore the waterways, wetlands, and work towards more resilient communities throughout the lower Galveston Bay watershed. So we're focused on clean water, working to protect our remaining wetlands in our area, as well as preserve and restore our waterways. You know, we have 2,500 miles of bayous that run through our region alone, 3 major rivers, which include the San Jacinto River. And the San Jacinto has a lot of sand mining associated with it, like I mentioned earlier, and I believe Adrian Shelley with Public Citizen talked a little bit about the concrete batch plants here in Houston, which is a major air quality issue, as well as a public health issue within our region. And so we're working with partners as well as on our own as an independent organization to improve our waterways and ensure our communities are safe and healthy and have continued access to these natural resources in our region.
Jordan, thank you so much. We got your group down, and we certainly appreciate you being here today. And with that, I'd now like to introduce Helen Lammert. Helen, are you with us? Helen, are you with us? Helen, are you with us? Okay, very good. Yes, well, we'll come back to Helen. Odie Waters. Mr. Waters, are you with us? Okay, right now we think that Helen and Odie have stepped away from their desk. Team, do we have anybody else in the queue?
Crystal.
Hello, Helen, are you there?
Yes, hold on.
Helen Lammert.
Miss Lammert, Terry Wilson, how are you, ma'am?
Okay.
Ma'am, we have you loud and clear. Please go ahead, and we have pen and paper standing by ready to take note.
Okay. Our land is adjacent to the proposed Vulcan plant. This land has been in our family for more than 150 years. It was first settled by my great-great-great-grandmother in 1869 as they immigrated from Germany. Our land was and is still a working cattle ranch. Several years ago, we introduced goats that are actively raised and are actively raising goats to help control the massive expanse of cedar. Our land is rocky, hilly, and takes many acres just to feed one cow. In times of drought, hay has to be purchased to maintain the cattle. The maintenance and repair of the fences surrounding is tremendous. The cost of materials is prohibitive, yet my siblings, my 3 kids, willingly give of their time building fences, which, as everyone should know, requires hard manual labor. Through years gone by, we have encountered many adversaries, overcoming them in various ways. Yet today, we face an even bigger one, the Vulcan plant, which includes a rock crushing plant that disperses many particles of dust that are harmful to people and animals alike. Everyone has heard and seen the effects of African dust coming across the ocean to the United States. Have you seen or been in a dust storm which originates in the Texas Panhandle? Yet the effect of the dust storm is felt and seen more than several hundred miles away. You cannot tell me that the dust particles, whether big or small, will not invade our ranch, covering our animals, cows, goats, guard dogs, chickens, and those of us who live on the ranch. My sister has many allergies, which this dust would trigger even more. Will we be able to continue raising cows and goats, or will the particles of dust, blasting sounds be an end to our heritage? I hope not, but am I scared? Yes. I think that each of you needs to consider this very seriously. What our forefathers had so valiantly envisioned for future generations may just be dust-covered landscape. In addition, what will happen to our caves? Double Decker, one of the largest caverns here in Texas, as well as numerous other caves located on our ranch, some of which may connect to Natural Bridge Caverns. We need to preserve the beauty of that wonderful landmark. The Natural Bridge wildlife should be protected since those animals provide a learning experience for both kids and adults. Our water source will be threatened by the drilling of deep wells, crushing existing caverns, causing our own wells to perhaps go dry or pump down, and will affect the water supply in Comal County. Vulcan states that they have made and will continue to ensure safety for all affected people. Do I trust them? No. Just this past year, I received a letter from a realtor stating that they have a buyer for some land adjacent to the Vulcan property. When I called and inquired about the buyer, I was told it was for a housing development. Why would a housing development be interested in an area that is landlocked? Are you sure that this is not Vulcan wanting to buy our property? The realtor stated no, but he had heard about the Vulcan property. He also stated that perhaps his secretary indicated the wrong property. Did that realtor think we are just dumb ranch people? You decide. All landowners are aware of eminent domain.
one of our greatest fears. Everyone knows the quarry plant in Medina County used eminent domain for the railroad. Our land would be subject to the same issue. Eminent domain for land taken by the railroad, a public entity, but only used for a private company. That is not fair to landowners. What should I say to my family concerning their hard work in building fences, taking care of cattle, goats, etc., just to maintain our ranch is a lost cause because you favor big business, even when it is harmful to the surrounding area. My father, who was a World War II veteran, died at the age of 63, leaving my mother to maintain the ranch with only a teenage son and a son-in-law who either had schooling or a job. You might ask, as so many have done, why just not sell the ranch? It is a money-losing venture. This ranch is our heritage. Why can we not keep and maintain it? I know we are not Kennedys with Martha's Vineyard in Massachusetts or the Bushes with Kennebunkport, Maine. We are just a middle-class American family trying to keep our heritage. Why should we be denied just because we do not have the money to fight Vulcan? Mom, you departed this earth 18 years ago. Rest assured that we are trying to keep the ranch, our heritage, of which you made so many sacrifices to preserve. Thank you.
Ms. Lammert, thank you for sharing your thoughts today. We took a lot of notes. Is your ranch a heritage designated ranch?
We are in the process of doing that. We hope to get it done with this. We wanted to do it in 2020, but as you know, COVID-19 is here, and that's terminated a lot of things we would like to do. But yes, that is in our, my youngest daughter who lives on the ranch is started on the process, but we have not completed it. But I have all the deeds, wills, and everything. And it's not a problem at all.
That's awesome. Team, who do they submit that to Sid Miller's office, Department of Ag? Yeah, I'm not sure, but I tell you what a great program, and obviously bring you to the Capitol and so forth, and get distinguished, and just we love our heritage ranches. I'm sorry that you're going through this. And yes, ma'am, I do know, and I've lost your picture, I apologize, but I do know what it is to dig a fence post and run that fence. So we actually have a family ranch. It's been in our family for many, many generations in Coleman County. And anyway, matter of fact, when I retired from the military after 32 years, in late 2015, after 14 plus years worth of deployments, that's all I could imagine when my butt was sitting in the Komar Valley in Afghanistan. All I could dream about was, man, just getting home and being able to walk the fields and help the family mend the fences. And so I know it's very distressful. I couldn't imagine if something was going in right there where I was located. But again, we're sorry that you're going through this, and I will tell you that there are numerous legislators who are looking forward to getting to work next legislative session, and we hope we can move the needle. God bless you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Odie Waters. Mr. Waters, are you with us?
I am. Do you have me on mute?
No, sir, you're good. Please.
Awesome. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate you putting all this together, and our sympathies go out to Helen and everybody affected by that proposed quarry up in Comal County. I live between Bergheim and Bernie, off of Highway 46, 3 miles west of Bergheim, Texas. We have a proposed concrete batch plant from Vulcan going in, basically at the end of my driveway. We've been speaking on this issue for quite a while. The aggregate industry as a whole has just completely inundated Comal, Bear, and Kendall counties with quarries and concrete batch plants. I don't think there's anybody on this call that would disagree that concrete is a vital part of our lives now. Pretty much everybody on this call is probably living in a house that has concrete as part of the structure. I think we just need to be smarter as to how we're doing this. They're going into areas that are well inhabited by elderly people, by children. The concrete batch plant in Kendall County off of Highway 46 is going next to the Montessori school. This is impacting the lives of those children. The dust that these concrete batch plants put out has cancerous particles in it. They're small particles, they're hard to filter, and it just seems to be something that we need to have a better line on. They're invading our lives with these quarries, with the concrete batch plants. The sand plants down south of San Antonio are also a problem. It just seems to be getting to be too much, and we're destroying our neighborhoods. We're destroying the hill country. We're impacting a great many lives. The dust pollution, the noise pollution, the light pollution from the plants, to say nothing of the hazardous traffic. It impacts our commutes and our daily lives. As far as I know, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality is the only one that has any control over whether they're permitted to do what they do. And they seem to be just handing out permits right and left without any thought process whatsoever. It's just becoming a bit overwhelming. It's destroying a lot of people's lives, impacting their lives. And I just wonder what can be done to slow this growth a little bit. I won't take the whole 5 minutes. I don't have a canned statement. I just wanted to say that, we're against this. The other, I see the Milan Mahalik's on later. He's part of the Cow Creek Groundwater Conservation District. The Vulcan plant is going in again at the end of my driveway, basically, and will be sucking, as I recall, 1 million gallons a month is what they've been permitted of water out of the Cow Creek Reservoir. We simply don't have that kind of water available to them. As Milan will tell you, they can't tell them no. There's no reason. They have no legal support to tell them no, but you can't suck 1 million gallons a month out of the Cow Creek Reservoir. The water simply is not there. My well sits right out here. It'll be dry. And then what do? I move out of Kendall County. Would have no choice. And that's the kind of destruction that this is bringing to us. And it doesn't pass the sniff test. It's just wrong. I'm not sure why it's being allowed to continue. And I'll give you back 35 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Sir, did you say you live on a ranch or in another?
I have acreage. I do not live on a ranch per se.
I see. Are there a lot of houses around you?
I live in what's called Pleasant Valley. It's been built for years. Used to be a community with a school, and it's now all established. There's no more building to go on here. There's no lots for sale. They're all large lots.
Right. Did I hear you correctly that you said that the plant will be going next to a Montessori school?
Absolutely. In full view of across. So Montessori schools, for those that don't know, and I don't have children at the Montessori school, but I've learned a lot about them during our discussions over Vulcan. The children have outdoor activities. They garden, they plant butterfly gardens. A large percentage of their education experience at the school goes on outdoors. This concrete match plant will be across a very small pasture from their school. During our fight with Vulcan being within 440 yards of my house, they readjusted their plan and moved it down the hill from my house, which put it closer to the Montessori school. It's a horrible location. I mean, I don't think there's a good location for them, but again, I think everybody on the call agrees that we need to have concrete to build things. We just got to get smarter around where we're doing this. And I kind of got why they want to put it there. Kendall County, like Comal County, is blowing up with growth. The less amount of distance they have to haul concrete to build these new subdivisions, more cost effective as it is for them. But we can't destroy people's lives in that process. We can't allow out-of-state conglomerates, by the way, out-of-state conglomerates, not even Texas-based corporations, come in and destroy Texas lives and Texas land. It's just not right.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. I certainly appreciate you being here today, and I encourage you to write testimony to the interim committee for insert within our study. Thank you very much. And,
thank you.
Yes, sir. And now I'd like to introduce Ms. Crystal Hennigan. Ms. Hennigan, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Sure can. Please proceed.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And
thank you.
I hear an echo.
I'd like to introduce Ms. Crystal Hennigan. Are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we
really
can. Are you watching it on Facebook the same time you're on Zoom?
That might be it.
Yes, ma'am. If you could just turn that off. That's what our problem was a little earlier today.
Okay.
And we had to find the source and so forth. So thank you.
There we go.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Quite all right.
Okay. All right. So my family moved to the Vulcan plant that's in northern Bexar County in 2013. And clearly, there's been a fundamental failure of the state. We started getting a lot of dust, like just a white dust coming into our home. And we actually came from West Texas. So I was used to the dust. We'd always get like sand. We'd lived out in the middle of a cotton farm. So we'd always get sand in our home. And it was just that brown dirt around the cotton fields. But this was different. And my son started coughing a lot. And I just noticed dust would get everywhere inside of our home. We'd leave the windows open or doors open. But it was just, there was just outside that it was pushing into our home. And there was a lot of track out from Vulcan. We lived, let's see, 2,343 feet from Vulcan's quarry. And it was just everywhere. So my son, I have a visual, he was 4 years old at the time that we lived there. There's a little bit of a clip. You can see all this right here. These are all mucus plugs that developed into his lungs. And he was on 7 different medications at their maximum doses that the pharmacist, whenever these medications were called in by his pediatric pulmonologist, the pharmacist questioned, had to call on the doctor because the pharmacist thought that it was a mistake that he was receiving such dosages to try to control these asthma symptoms, but it was an inflammatory response that to something that he was breathing in. So he developed 12 to 14 mucus plugs in his lungs. And that's what all these little pockets and scarring is. And this is a 4-year-old. I mean, you could expect an older adult to have this, to like this kind of lungs, but he was only 4. His lungs should be clear. This should not, have looked like this. So there was another incident where was a massive, it was in October of 2013. We woke up to what was like a white Christmas, and there was sediment all over our neighborhoods, covering our cars. It was so corrosive that it was clean, that it was eating through the clear coats of our cars. And TCCU came out, and it happened on, it was a Saturday night. Everybody woke up Sunday morning to an early white Christmas, even though October. TCQ came around on Monday, and they started taking samples. And I asked him, because it was eating through our cars, and I was like, how are y'all going to clean this up? And he said, well, vinegar's been working for your neighbors. And we didn't even know it was in the dust. So a lot of our neighbors were upset because it was damaging their property. And TCEQ was saying, oh, don't worry. We'll have results of this 30 days. No, we were expected to clean it up, and we didn't even know what it was doing. My eardrums ruptured, my nose was bleeding. A lot of people got bronchitis. People got really, really sick. So 30 days came and went. I asked the TCEQ, do you have the results in? Because I wanted to know what I was exposed to. Because I cleaned it up myself. I had a bandana around my face. And they said they didn't have the results back. They didn't get the results back until, or they didn't send out the results until 109 days later. It was Vulcan decided to start an audit, an environmental in the middle of this TCEQ investigation, so that they would be immune from violations. So they did this audit in 2013 with violations that they had going back to 1991. One of those violations, just for example, was they had, I don't know how many feet, it was like over a mile or so of conveyor belts. And they, in 2007, they were supposed to have put mounted spray bars on their conveyor belts to not get dust, so all the rocks wouldn't be pushing out all the dust. They didn't invest in that. They had never done that. TCEQ never even looked to see if they had abided by their permit. And that was just one example. But in this audit that was done in bad faith, if you were to have stacked all these violations back to back that Vulcan found during a bad faith audit, it would have been almost 160 years worth of violations. And so a lot of them did contribute to dust. And we ended up moving that December away because it was just, it was bad for our family's health. And, but that's our story. But the only thing that Vulcan cared about was protecting themselves. And clearly the only thing that DCQ cared about was protecting Vulcan, and not us either. And they really let us down in that process. And there was also a sediment that had dropped into a creek that they allowed all this erosion of like coal ash, which has hexavalent chromium in it. That was the Aaron Brockovich chemical. There was a stormwater investigation. So all these berms had eroded and got in on Vulcan's property. And TCEQ told them they were to clean it up. And it's called Elm Waterhole Creek. And Vulcan never got the permits from the Texas Park and Wildlife to even dredge that creek. So now it's just a complete dead zone with their sediments still in it, and all the trees are just dead. And so that's what this industry does in Texas. And I'm a 7th generation Texan, and I mean, my family, my ancestors just would not like what they're seeing. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Ms. Hennigan, thank you for being with us today. How old is your son now?
He's 11 now.
He's 11. How's he doing?
Well, his mucus plugs slowly improved. He still has to take his inhaler. And when we moved here, he was 4, and he was average size. He was fit, but because of the lung issues he had, he could not exercise like he could, and he's now really overweight and gets bullied at school for it. He's self-conscious, but we're working on that.
Okay. How far away from that location when he was 4 did y'all move?
Did we move away from it?
Yeah, I thought I heard you say that y'all moved.
Yeah, well, we lived like a little bit over 2,000 feet from Vulcan at that time, and then we moved to Converse.
Okay.
And there were times when his asthma got so bad at night that we would have to leave the area, and we would go to Kerrville and get a hotel, or a different part of San Antonio and get a hotel, because the medication just wasn't even working.
Right. And did the doctors ever determine?
It was awful.
Did the doctors
have
determine what the
we had
mucus
documentation. Huh?
Did the doctors ever determine what was causing the mucus plugs?
Yes, we have documentation. It says limestone and silica dust exposure.
Okay. So, ma'am, if it's all right with you, we have your contact information. We'll be back in touch with you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now what I'd like to do is transition to Mr. James Dole. Mr. Dole, are you with us?
Yes, hello. And thank you for letting me speak. My wife and I live within 5 miles of the proposed Vulcan Quarry project, so we were declared as affected parties in the contested hearing that was held previously on air quality modeling. Just my background is I'm a retired geologist. I have a doctorate in geology and had a 40-year career in geology. I have concerns about both air and water quality issues with the quarry project. As far as air quality, of course, it's the silica content that I'm concerned about. The modeling process done to support the application was clearly less about producing a quality technical result than achieving a permitting outcome. Even if the computer model was run correctly, an accurate outcome would depend on an accurate site evaluation of the amount of silica that is a sort of, if it's garbage in, it's garbage out on any computer model. So, but instead of quantifying the amount of silica in that material, Vulcan presented a single hand-selected sample with almost no silica present, and otherwise managed to conceal the results of their extensive quarry program. The geological literature describes the Kaner Formation, which is what they'll be quarrying, is distinguished from its boundary formations by its higher silica content. And so to accept the Vulcan result not only means that you have to believe that their site was both atypical of the regional geology, but also that the change occurs at their fence line, since there were samples taken in the Kaner just at the boundary of their property that were consistent with the regional geology. I'm also skeptical about the conclusion from that Vulcan model that dust in the crusher would set out on their property, and that's not consistent with studies of dust movement by wind in the geological literature. As a sense check on the results, I will just remind you that we were impacted in June in this area by Saharan dust plume. So since the proposed site of the quarry is also on the Edwards recharge area, I think negative impact on water quality is a risk. Water passing across the Edwards recharge area supplies the Aquifer, which is the primary source for cities along the I-35 corridor. And it's well known that the fracture system developed on the Edwards recharge area is what allows the Edwards aquifer itself to be charged quickly. There's a geological publication that shows the site area to be in an area that's highly fractured. and efficiency of the fracture system in passing water into the subsurface is shown by the large caves just to the south of the quarry area, which they develop as limestone moves along the fracture system there. So a quarry operation would contribute pollutants to the operation itself and also facilitate passage of unfiltered stormwater in the water supply, both by natural fractures and by any that are induced by the quarry operations. So finally, I just want to leave you with the observation that for projects impacting both air and water quality, this area suffers from our permitting process. It considers projects individually with no regard for what's gone before or no planning for future development. So people are going to continue moving in this area and needs to be able to develop it. What's really needed is an overall planning process that allows for development while protecting the quality of life that attracted people here in the first place. Thank you.
Mr. Dole, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Okay, good. I'm sorry, I just temporarily lost you there. Well, sir, I greatly appreciate you being with us today. And again, like you probably already heard me say to others, your written testimony into the interim committee to provide for information to the study would be most beneficial. So greatly appreciate you being here today.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Now we're hoping that we have Oscar Decker. Mr. Decker, are you with us?
Yes, sir. I'm right here.
Awesome. Well, sir, it's all yours.
Well, thank you so much. I have to tell you, I appreciate this opportunity. My wife and I moved into the Canyon Lake area here 6 years ago in July. Okay. And prior to that, we lived in Austin forever. You know, we've been married, I guess, about 42 years. So in Austin, I must confess, when I was a young man, I had a rock and roll band. I graduated from UT in 74, and I got involved with the Wild Basin project over there. And for you folks that are familiar with Austin, if you're out on Loop 360 on the west side, you'll see that you're entering the Wild Basin Preserve. Well, back in 77, that was going to be a bunch of condominiums. And I got involved with the people that were basically fighting against the city council and the powers that be to save that piece of terrain there for the Wild Basin project. There was a water supply running through it. And by the grace of God and a lot of hard work on the part of humanity, we were able to tilt that in the favor of preserving that land. So if you go down 360, you'll see the Wild Basin project instead of a bunch of buildings. Okay. So that brings me here to Canyon Lake. As soon as I found out about the project with the Vulcans, I was just absolutely appalled that a water supply for 2 million people would be threatened by putting a quarry on top of it. And don't get me wrong, I'm very pro-business. I've worked for a long, long time for Central Freight Lines, for State Farm, for Dell, for the Treasury. So it's not like I'm against business. I'm not against business at all. In fact, I appreciate the fact that people are gainfully employed by these things. But by the same token, our county is sitting in the middle of this potential crisis because this is water, which is life-giving water for over 2 million people. So the decisions that have been made up to this point in the granting of permits to Vulcan, as far as air quality goes and water, that hasn't come up yet, but I think the air quality aspect of it has. I'm very concerned because, for example, I have a 6-year-old grandson. He's here right now getting his schoolwork done online with my wife, who's a former teacher, but he already has breathing problems. So we don't need any more in the county, okay, especially silica. The other thing I want to drive home is, so to speak, the traffic situation. We live right off 306. About a year ago, we had a gentleman in his 90s, his daughter that was in her 50s, and her son, who was a teenager, were all killed off here off 306 by a drunk driver. The car caught on fire. They all burned to death. Okay. About a year or two prior to that, we had in the same general area where it curves on 306, past Purgatory Road, we had another fatality where a young lady was hit by a drunk driver. In fact, he hit 4 cars. Her caught on fire and she burned to death. So just like air pollution, we don't need more pollution of heavy duty vehicles going up and down these highways. I'm all for the plant, but put it over by a railroad track or put it over where there's a major highway so that these trucks don't get on these little roads like we got right now. The other thing I'm going to say is I live on 6 acres. That basically goes in 250 times into this project that we're talking about right now today. Here are the birds that I've seen on my property. Mind you, this is 6 acres. I give them water and food. Cardinals, painted bunting, tufted titmouse, scrub jays, wild turkeys, white wings, Inca doves, mourning doves, scarlet tanager, chickadee, tree swallow, great horned owl, flycatcher, roadrunner, red-tailed hawk, bald eagle, golden eagle, katakata, kestrel, sharp-shinned hawks, turkey vultures, hummingbirds, woodpeckers, American crows, Carolina wren, yellow-throated vireo, yellow warbler, European starling, indigo bunting, cowbirds, purple finches, song sparrows. My question is, where is the Audubon Society in this matter? Somebody needs to be figuring out what the environmental impact is going to be on the wildlife of those 1,500 acres and then in the perimeter of it by the fallout from the dust. And that's all I got to say. I appreciate it so much. And I pray that the Vulcan project will go elsewhere.
Mr. Decker, thank you for your comments, and I'm a bit envious of your knowledge of birds. It's pretty extensive. I'm very impressed, and I appreciate your efforts. Obviously, you've been focused on the environment for some time. Tell me, what sort of rock and roll band did you have?
Well, we, when we were young, we were in school, and it was a great way to make money in the evenings and on the weekends. So I had a classic rock and roll band. We played Beatles and Rolling Stones as the Beatles were fading out, we were carrying on their music. But now the Rolling Stones have gone beyond me because I've kind of retired from playing, which is hard to believe, but it's true.
I totally understand. Where does that time go? Well, sir, thank you so much for your testimony today, and we look forward to your input to inform the interim committee. And now I would like to transition to Thank you, sir. I'd like to transition to Mr. James Drake. Mr. Drake, are you with us, sir?
Hello.
Yes, sir. You're on.
Okay. How you doing today? I just pulled up the video. I wanted to stay incognito until you called me. I appreciate you being here today. I really do. And I just have a prepared statement, and you can ask any questions. I'm representing my wife, Michelle, as well. We've got some grandbabies out here today. I'm Kevin Drake. I represent my family and home consisting of 11 acres of hill country we purchased and built 22 years ago. We are located on FM 3009, directly across from the southern boundary of the quarry site. We are not immune to the harsh realities of life, but we do not accept a private for-profit entity contributing to our demise from within our own neighborhood. The U.S. Geologic Survey Open File Report 010484 says that in relation to karst mining, and I'll quote, major impact may be accompanied by loss of habitat, noise, dust, vibrations, chemical spills, erosion, sedimentation, and dereliction of the mined site, unquote. The permit application indicates Vulcan will emit over 54 tons of chemicals into our air per year. And that's just from the application. Of that volume, over 27,000 pounds will be particulate matter, that's silica dust, a known carcinogen. Other listed chemicals include volatile organic compounds, nitric oxide, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and carbon monoxide. All are regulated emissions. Regarding truck traffic, Vulcan indicates initially 153 trips per day will operate through our narrow thoroughfare, mostly to the south. That's 306 times a truck will pass my front gate, where my family and I live. Would you be okay with that for your family? Vulcan's 1,000-foot water well and our Trinity Aquifer will draw a minimum of 216,000 gallons of water per day. That's my water source. If my water well goes dry because of water usage or caves in because of blasting, who will be responsible? As indicated by Vulcan, blasting occurs up to 2 times per week in years 5 through 10. That's 576 blasts, plus 96 blasts in years 1 through 4, or up to 672 foreseeable blasts over the first 10 years. That's 672 ground-shaking blasts, and they're just getting started. What if cracks appear in our home? Will Vulcan pay for the repairs? Telling me Vulcan is a good neighbor is far different from showing me Vulcan is a good neighbor. Numerous violations indicate otherwise. A good neighbor will not knowingly pollute our air, pollute our water, drain our water resources, place an astronomical number of dangerous trucks on our narrow roads, threaten to cave in my water well, crack the foundation of my home, destroy our surrounding habitat and scenery, and reduce our property values by up to 30%. And that's from one report from up by Austin. Vulcan is wrong to place a quarry in the middle of a residential area, and Texas is wrong to allow it. This does not constitute service to our community. And that's my statement, sir. You have any questions for me? I know I'm getting close to my time.
No, sir. I actually don't have any questions. There's been, matter of fact, most of the testimony today has been about this particular Vulcan plant. So I can see that y'all got the word out well. So yes, I really do appreciate y'all's testimony. Sir, what's your expertise?
I'm 24 years active duty Air Force. I was a pilot, and I'm now flying for one of the airlines that's surviving this China virus. Yeah. Well,
Appreciate your service in the military and to our country.
Thanks.
And I certainly appreciate your continued service and facilitating the transportation needs. I hope it gets turned on sooner rather than later.
Yeah, me too. I've had some time off. I haven't flown since March, but actually I've enjoyed. I've got 8 grandkids and a nice home here. I've enjoyed being with them, and I hope to get back to work soon.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. What did you, were you a pilot in the Air Force? And if so,
yes, I flew T-38s, KC-10s, T-1s. I flew the MC-12 over in Afghanistan as well. Mm-hmm. And I'm now in the 737.
Yes, so is the 10 our fuelers?
It is. It's the giant one. It's a DC-10, 340,000 pounds of offloadable fuel.
Well, I'm going to tell you, on my numerous deployments, they'd always try to, when they were going to send me back home, they were going to put me on a KC-5 or a 17. And frankly, I'd much rather get on a fueler and ride back on one of those bladders. It was far more comfortable.
Yeah, the KC-10 was a nice bird. It was good. I was only in it for 5 years. I couldn't wait to get back here to. We were able to get here to Randolph and fly the T1, and it's a little more stable of a lifestyle. I get to raise my daughters and have them know who their father is. So
I totally understand.
To be home.
I totally understand. After 32 years, I wasn't planning on retiring yet. we got a little bit of time to kill. We're waiting for some people to get on here, but
Okay.
you know, I retired late 2015, and I was to continue on with my career if I wanted to. But the bottom line is you know, I had boys in junior high, and frankly, after 14 plus years of constant back and forth with the war in play, you know, I thought it was time that my young man had a dad. So
Exactly.
I appreciate
God bless you.
I appreciate you and your family's sacrifice. Because
Sure,
it
you as
certainly
well,
is.
sir. Thank you.
Yes, and it's Michelle, right?
Michelle's my wife, yeah, and she
yeah.
is here. She's but like I said, she's busy with some grandkids.
Sure. Well, tell General Michelle I appreciate it.
That's right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, and
I really appreciate your time.
Appreciate yours, sir. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you. Bye bye.
And now we'll transition to is it Milan McKillick? Are you there?
Yes, sir, I am getting this video started. Let me close the door for him. I got a grandson in the background also. Just a moment.
Oh, no, that's quite all right. Take your time.
All right, I'm back. You see my video feed?
I sure can. You're loud and clear and live. Thank you for being with us today. Please go ahead.
Good deal. This has been a wonderful opportunity. Cliff Kaplan from Hill Country Alliance gave me a heads up on this yesterday, and I really appreciate being part of this. And listen to the conversation. I've got several things I could talk about. Three main things. One would be the air quality issue that so many people have talked about, especially Crystal Hannigan. I also want to note that I'm Odie Waters' neighbor. I live about half a mile from him. You may have heard him earlier talk about him having a.
That's unfortunate, Milan.
Well, we're good neighbors, though. So we have bonded together for a variety of reasons. I'll go back to focus on myself for a moment. I'm also a member of a groundwater conservation district. I represent a precinct that Odie lives in, but also I'm the president of the district. So I have a lot of involvement over the last 14 years with the local water issues, and also focused more recently on regional and San Antonio issues. So kind of go back to where I want to start at. Interestingly enough, dust has become extremely silicate dust in particular from Portland cement has become a particular interest item for me, in addition to the water stuff. And as Crystal pointed out, the potential carcinogen nature of this dust just it's astounding, and how much of it is in the atmosphere. And I say that because I also heard another name, James Drake, just a moment ago, who works out at Randolph or spent time at Randolph. And I work out at Randolph still. I'm an aircraft maintainer, work in a acquisition logistics area. So I travel back and forth a lot, 5 times a week, about 100 miles round trip. And I see a lot of stuff that I photograph. And one of the things I do is focus on reporting those photographs to citizens admitted evidence to the TCEQ. And I'll post this up right here. I've got 4 of these. These are 4 confirmed notices of violation for emissions from a gunite facility that I pass by on a regular basis. I could submit dozens of these complaints. And this is what it looks like. That's the Portland cement that spews out of the top of this silo after they transferred it from a hydraulic truck to be mixed with sand in a gunite truck. So each one of these incidents I have documented with TCEQ, and I'm flummoxed why I cannot get a notice of violation to stop that particular emission. But anyway, that's another subject, but just to let you know, it becomes a very big issue personally, and other people are affected by it also. The second thing I want to talk about is the water situation. Odie pointed out that, we granted a permit for Vulcan from the Conservation District because you cannot outright deny permits, nor would I want to follow Texas law, Chapter 36. But they're structured to meet the demand. So whether we like it or not, district board members comply with the law. And yes, we do issue a permit for a water well. But also we stress conservation measures. We want industry that uses groundwater to use it obviously responsible, but then return as much to the environment safely. And that gets missed in these air quality permits for emissions. And for example, the Vulcan permit was first issued and reviewed back in 2018, April timeframe. And I want to note that people and interested citizens and government entities have no say beyond the issue of the air emission permit, as you know. And I'm mentioning this because the TCEQ has a wonderful checklist. It's 17 pages long. It's a small business and local government assistance section. And all of the issues that I would bring to light, groundwater use, quality after it is used in a concrete batch plant, public water supply systems, all those things are in this checklist, all those items, 17 pages worth. But we're not allowed as citizens to go to that checklist because these air quality permits are just that, air quality. And as I pointed out earlier, the air quality from the industry can be quite grotesque, and we have no idea how this particular. We as citizens have no particular idea how this particular batch plant will function. You heard earlier about the traffic. 46 was inaccessible now safely, either ingress or egress in current situation of traffic. Cannot imagine how it will be with heavy duty trucks rolling in and out of this Vulcan facility. So those are my main issues. I'd like to summarize by saying I too am a veteran. I had a full career in the Air Force, and I've traveled all over the world, much like you have. And this is why I'm in the Bernie area in Bergheim, because this is the best place I've been in the world. And I want to preserve it the best I can. And involvement like this would certainly help. And you listening is something that's greatly appreciated by myself and my neighbors.
Thank you, sir. How long did you serve, and where did you serve at?
25 years and 3 months. Globally, a lot in Europe, a little bit in Asia, of course, plenty of it. I'm an aircraft maintainer, so where the fighter jets go, I go.
Oh, wow.
And I ended up later in my career on a staff and got involved with acquisition programs. So maintenance, modification, acquisition, aircraft fleets, and I'm a sustainment person. So tech orders, supply, all that kind of stuff. I negotiate with the pilots because they don't know that stuff. Anyway, it was a great career.
they borrow your plane from you.
Yes, sir. They always bring it back broke. And I can, by the way, I can share your comfort with the fuel transport bags or water bags on transports, because that was a really nice way to travel on a C-141, which are now gone. Anyway.
Yeah, that's now gone. You said fighter. What's fighters?
Oh, it's F-4s, F-16s, F-15s, F-22s, now F-35s. And the program I'm working now will bring in the replacement trainer for the T-38, which is the T-7 Red Hawk. It's a Boeing product.
Well, I'm going to tell you, there's been many times on many deployments that always gave me a peace of mind that when we were in the Badland, that somebody was circling above us for immediate calls. So thank you, sir, for all that you did in serving our country.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Jeff, can I weigh in here because I was Army? And I want to appreciate the good food that you guys made for us Army guys out there slogging through the jungle whenever we could get back in. Air Force mess hall's the first place we headed.
They are.
Thank you for the hot meals. We really appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you very much. And now we'd like to turn to Miss Laura Hunt. Laura, are you with us?
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Sure can. And thanks for being patient as we reminisce about our warfighter days.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today, and I'm glad you were able to make accommodations in spite of some technical difficulties. My name is Dr. Laura Hunt. I'm a pediatrician, mother of 3 children, and co-chair of Midlothian Breathe, a citizens-based environmental conservation group in Midlothian, Texas. My group is also a member of the TRAM Coalition. With 3 different cement clinker manufacturing facilities in the same community, Midlothian has the highest concentration of cement plants in the entire United States and likely the world. we're essentially the birthplace of the APO industry in Texas. So I'm going to give a little bit different perspective as compared to some of the other residents from Hill Country. But I think there's a lot of parallels. Midlothian has had really unprecedented growth in the past 20 years. We've grown from a community of less than 10,000 people to now approximately 30,000. Along with that, we've seen changes such as the town's motto changing from the cement capital of Texas to Dallas's Southern Star. Along with that has come increased public questioning of the cement industries and TCEQ's lack of oversight. I feel what we've seen in Midlothian historically is kind of a microcosm of what is now happening more and more across the entire state, and what we're going to continue to see more and more over time. I personally became interested in the cement plants when my daughter started coughing and stopped growing about a year after we moved to Midlothian. But given the limited amount of time for comments today, I'm going to focus more on the systemic issues and risks to the community at large that I've seen in my approximately 6 years as a resident of Midlothian. So while cement plants are not a major focus of this committee's review of APO operations, I think it's important that they be included in the discussion because they form the fundamental foundation, both physically and perhaps culturally, that the rest of the APO operations depend upon so heavily. In contrast to the relatively recent snowballing of problems with small APO operations, Midlothian has been battling the cement plants and lack of protection from TCEQ for decades. Midlothian's 3 cement plants supply much of the cement for the concrete batch plants, particularly across North Texas, but throughout the entire state. I'm here to tell you that we have tremendous chasms to overcome to build a foundation of transparency and accountability and restore public trust, as was discussed earlier in the week with some of our town forums. We share that goal, but we've got a long, long road to get there. And it's going to take much more than simply encouraging the APO operations, including the cement industry, to just simply do the right thing, overcome to build a foundation. March, Wholesome Midlothian has been our major focus of attention to try to increase permit requests to TCEQ to have their cap on carbon monoxide emissions removed and switch to burning 100% pet coke as their flexible fuel. Wholesome says these changes are needed due to operational difficulties, and I quote that, as well as changes to the local limestone. Wholesome is already the #1 emitter of PM 2.5 in the entire state of Texas. And Wholesome's PM 2.5 emissions are expected to further increase with the transition to burning more pet coke. But pet coke is cheap and widely available, particularly in the Texas Gulf. Per EPA records, Wholesome has been non-compliant for 8 out of 12 of the quarters from the past few years. They've also had multiple violations in the past 5 years, but their total fines have been a mere $7,338. Meanwhile, in the midst of their current permit request to increase emissions, Wholesome also has a pending air enforcement violation from November 2019 and requested, quote, enforcement discretion from TCEQ last spring for COVID. When the plant manager was asked in the TCU public meeting as to why he is wanting to burn more of a dirtier fuel, he responded to, quote, allow us to stay competitive in this environment. Meanwhile, in other states such as Colorado, Wholesome is investing in multi-million-dollar carbon capture products. Guess where they are bringing the carbon they capture? Right back to the Texas Gulf. Why the discrepancy? Because money talks. Why would any company want to pay more for something like updated environmental control technologies if they don't have to? When fines are issued by TCEQ, the penalties are so low that it's more profitable for companies to continue to violate their permits than to actually correct the problem. If the Texas legislature does not push the TCEQ to hold Texas industries to similar environmental standards as other states, APO operations will continue to come to Texas en masse, where they can quickly and easily spin a profit while tearing apart our local communities, landscape, and wildlife. When Wholesome submitted a permit request to increase emissions in the early 2000s, it was clear that better pollution control technology was available than what they were proposing, but TCEQ repeatedly tried to convince the public that that technology was not, quote, feasible. After an open records request was made by a group of concerned citizens, TCEQ's deception came to light through internal memos such as the state can either, this is quote, the state can either initiate a new, more protective course of action for Wholesome, or it can continue to cover up the truth its own employees acknowledge when there are no reporters or citizens around to hear. Midlothian Bree's recent interactions with TCEQ have not made us feel any better. They refer to their own regulations as, quote, hurdles for the applicant. While TCEQ admits that ideally stack tests should be done before any air permit is granted, they say that's not what they're accustomed to doing. When Midlothian Breed filed an open records request to obtain documentation of Wholesome's prior stack tests, we were told that TCEQ did not have any such data on file. But when we ask how TCEQ feels safe approving the permit before the stack tests are performed, they just refer us back to the past stack tests, even though they cannot actually produce that data for us. But that's their justification for allowing this practice. Meanwhile, the only ambient air monitoring being done by TCEQ is at a single site in the complete opposite direction of the prevailing wind stream from Wholesome. We as residents of Midlothian remain the unconsenting guinea pigs in this experiment. What happens if it goes bad? TCEQ's current record suggests it will be a whole lot of nothing.
Thank you, Dr. Hunt. Do you have any else you'd like to add? Dr. Hunt, are you still with us?
Oh, yes, I am. Thank you. No, I mean, that's really all I have for now. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
How's your daughter doing?
She is much better. You know, it's been 6 years now, but can I imagine as a pediatrician that I couldn't fix my own daughter, and neither could any of the specialists across North Texas. We ended up having to take her halfway across the country, and she was treated like a cystic fibrosis patient for several years. And even though she does not have that disease, and she's much better now, and I just still leave with the lingering, I mean, there's really no way of knowing, is it the air pollution? There's no medical test to determine that, but it's so difficult living with the uncertainty, and that's really what's fueled my fire. Is I don't want any other mom to have to live with that uncertainty in raising their family, you know, neither as a physician or mom. You know, I naively just expected when we moved to this community that, you know, all the appropriate safeguards were in place so that I could rest assured there was no threat to my family's health or safety. But the more, you know, after facing the personal issues, it became clear, oh, wow, there's all kinds of cracks in the system. And I just, on a mission to seal those cracks to protect the safety of my own family and kids and families across Texas.
Well, you stay on mission, and I will do the same.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And look, you threw down a lot of points. We would, while this is not a committee meeting or hearing, this is a town hall. And frankly, I wasn't anticipating to speak as much as I have, but I can't resist. But at the end of the day, I would greatly be appreciative if you would inform our interim committee and our study by submitting your testimony, please.
I will definitely do that.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Now I would like to introduce William McCabe. Mr. McCabe, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're loud and clear, sir. You're live.
Okay. Representative Wilson and the Legislative Committee My name is Bill McCabe, and I represent the Lake Houston Grassroots Flood Prevention Initiative. We were formed as a citizens advisory group following Hurricane Harvey. Initially, we had 4 goals related to the prevention of future flooding and the prevention of pollution. They were, number 1, dredging and maintenance of the San Jacinto River. Number 2, dredging and maintenance of Lake Houston and the mouth bar formed during Harvey. Number 3, installation of new gates at the Lake Houston Dam. And number 4 was implementation of best management practices for the sand mining operations along the San Jacinto River. And I'd like to refer back to Dr. Dupree's presentation yesterday, because all of these issues are related to the sedimentation and his expert testimony on sedimentation and the effect of sedimentation on the flooding and pollution issues. In the 3 years since Harvey, we've been able to make significant progress on the first three goals. The San Jacinto has been dredged. The mouth bar is in the process of being removed. And the application for the new gates is progressing through various government agencies, thanks to Representative Huberty and to Councilman Dave Martin. In the area of sand mining, the progress has been somewhat slower, although the sand mining industry group has been willing to work with us. For approximately a year and a half, we have been formulating best management practices in conjunction with the Texas Aggregate and Concrete Association, TACA, working initially with Dave Perkins and later on with Josh. Since the state of Texas has no statewide rules, we were forced to base our initial efforts on the rules used in similar circumstances in Louisiana. After much deliberation and several day-long meetings, we were able to formulate some best management practices that were agreed to by both parties. The effort has been divided into 3 areas: a pre-mining phase, mining phase, and post-mining phase. In each phase, we outlined certain practices or best management practices that were agreeable to both parties and certain practices that were not agreed upon. Next, once we had come to a stalemate on acceptable and unacceptable practices, we both submitted separate petitions to TCEQ. TCEQ accepted our petition and also TACA's petition and is in the process of setting up stakeholder meetings. Hopefully, TCEQ will be able to set up rules that will satisfy both parties. If not, we will likely be asking this committee in helping us draft legislation to address the issues related to BMPs for sand mining in the state of Texas. Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. McCabe, I do not have any questions at this time, but you are encouraged to write the interim committee with your testimony for consideration of reference within our study. Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. And now I'd like to introduce Francis Lovett. Mr. Lovett, are you with us? Mrs. Lovett, are you with us?
She's muted.
Ma'am, I think you're still muted.
Is that better?
Yes, ma'am, a lot better. Thank you. You're live.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you very much. And thank you, Representative Wilson, for conducting this town hall, as well as all the other efforts of your committee, I'm sorry. I am Francis Lovett from Kerr County. Our issue in Kerr County is the degradation of the Guadalupe River and its riparian area caused by gravel mining. I will not reiterate the problems you've already heard. I dare say most of today's participants became active only after an APO became a not in my backyard issue. We need blanket protection so that the entire state is aware of the risk and benefits of this unregulated, out of control industry before it becomes a NIMBY issue. I listened with interest yesterday as Mr. Leftwich ticked off TACA members' compliance with numerous rules and regulations and their good neighbor policy. Nothing could be farther from the truth. There are no laws specific to the aggregate mining industry, only a hodgepodge of regulations applicable to any enterprise, such as any industrial enterprise, such as air quality and stormwater permits. In fact, the industry succeeded in torpedoing every sensible law proposed in the last legislative session. How am I affected? The Guadalupe water streaming past my riverfront is laden with silt and contaminants from upstream gravel mines. My Trinity well levels fluctuate during periods of low rainfall in direct proportion to neighboring APOs' aquifer pumping. Fugitive dust clouds diminish the quality of air for my children and the quality of air that my children and grandchildren breathe. My friends living in the Center Point Colonia are at greater risk of COVID-19, asthma, and other respiratory diseases from the same unmonitored emissions. Road safety and maintenance taxes and lost tourism revenue looms large for the Center Point corridor. None of the above are insurmountable or non-negotiable issues, yet neither the local quarry owners nor the international corporations feel any need for transparency or to consider implementing the best management practices. Martin Marietta recently rejected a proposal to establish an advisory committee. Our greatest frustration is that we have nowhere to go when problems arise. Nobody seems to be responsible for anything related to gravel mining along the Guadalupe. The Kerr County Commissioner's Court claims they have no jurisdiction. The floodplain administrator only considers no-rise conditions and issues permits in the floodplain. The Texas Parks and Wildlife claims bank-to-bank jurisdiction only. The Upper Guadalupe River Authority and the Headwaters Groundwater Conservation District are sympathetic, but they have no regulatory or enforcement authority. Responses to Kerr County citizens' concerns are predictable. Call TCEQ. As noted in yesterday's testimony, TCEQ is primarily a permitting agency. TCEQ has been stripped of funding necessary to accomplish their stated mission of protecting our state's public health and natural resources consistent with sustainable economic growth. Dedicated TCEQ personnel are working at a great disadvantage. They lack the numbers, resources, and laws necessary to oversee the burgeoning APOs. Citizens are encouraged to file complaints when problems arise. We grow weary of the time-consuming, stressful process. Stop to get a photo, make a call, navigate, and document on the TCEQ website. After a few times, we just give up. The end result, APOs are left to self-monitor, self-report, and operate free of oversight. No wonder Mr. Leftwich considers current rules and regulations appropriate. TACA's rhetoric does not match reality. Indeed, we have few Jill Shackelford's, Grant Deans, and Lehigh Hansons in the industry, and none in Kerr County. Representative Wilson, I know your committee is looking for reasonable answers. I hope you will give equal weight to the individual rights of citizens and APOs. An attorney friend recently told me, recently told me, I'm a strong proponent of personal property rights, but these quarries have gone too far. He was speaking from a NIMBY position after learning of a proposed quarry across from his Guadalupe riverfront. We should not be reduced to confrontational NIMBYs in order to enjoy our hill country neighborhoods. I am appreciative and supportive of your committee's diligence in seeking facts. However, I have little faith in any meaningful legislation coming to fruition. Please consider creating a completely new agency for surface mining or moving the entire mess to the Texas Railroad Commission. Yesterday, the Railroad Commissioner articulated measures in place for lignite and uranium surface mining that could easily be adapted to aggregate operations. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Levitt, thank you very much for your testimony, and please consider submitting that for our interim study for us to refer back to. And, you know, I really don't know what to say. I agree with so many of your comments. You know, last session was my second session that I participated, and it was quite different from the first. It's actually a good session, but one of the things that was very disappointing during the second session is the inability to get the industry to come to the table. And I'm sure that I'm sure they're watching this now, and I'm going to tell you there are a lot of good companies out there. I've got to see them firsthand that are responsible to the communities and are very mindful and have put things in place. But I will tell you, my observation during last session was the politics in terms of, you know, just getting committee members there just to vote and pass the legislation out of the committee just to get it on the floor. It was extremely disappointing, extremely disappointing. And you have every right to have little confidence in us. But I'm going to tell you, there's quite a few of us, to include your representative. I believe that's Andy Murr, who is working diligently to try to move this needle. You know, industry doesn't want additional regulation placed on them just because of a minority of the companies that are doing the wrong thing. But at the end of the day, I hope that the industry, which 80+% of them that are doing great things, will want to push their lobby to at least bring the standards of that 10 to 20% that's doing the wrong thing up to theirs. And so that's why Speaker Bonin was gracious enough to identify the need for this committee. And that is why we have industry representatives on this committee, and to help us figure out how we get after the bad without hurting the good. Especially when you noticed yesterday from our demographer, state demographer's articulation of the growth here in Texas, and of course at the end of the day, and the team finally got the figures. For a family of four requires 1,800 tons of rock, and so that is a significant demand, especially when you look at our population growth and so forth. So again, thank you so much. We're going to work hard, and we're going to expect industry to be sitting there at the table to help us figure this out, to put the appropriate legislation. Now, I will tell you that I think the Railroad Commission, I agree with you, is more suitable considering their history of surface mining of coal and uranium. When you look at their checklist, frankly, a good portion of that relates significantly to aggregate mining. But obviously, because it is coal uranium, we don't need to necessarily put industry through the rigors of coal and mining. So we need to take that experience and taper it over, or that expertise and taper it over what is adequate. And so we attempted to do that last session, and obviously it also, Railroad Commission also has a lot of say, even though they tell you that they won't. But convincing the commissioners, which there are 3, that this is a good idea is also an opportunity that we should all take when we're looking to appropriate oversight on aggregate. Railroad Commission is certainly a good agency for consideration. Frankly, there's a lot of confidence loss with TCEQ, and we need to fix that. And a lot of that confidence loss for TCEQ is because the legislature needs to be doing more in establishing the statutes for which they operate. Thank you so much, Mrs. Levitt. And now we're going to go to Mr. Ortiz. Are you with us, Mr. Ortiz? Okay, we're now going to. Okay, great. Mr. Ortiz, are you with us? Okay. Denise Dever, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
I sure can. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much for hosting. I can't tell you how wonderful it is to be able to speak with the interim committee, especially you, Representative. We have had very little interaction in Kendall County. That is where Bernie is located. It's spelled Kendall. We have property out here that's across from a ranch that originally settled and formed the county, and it's still on the same plat. What I'd like to speak to today is a little bit off of the APO centric topic. I want to speak to the industry that utilizes it. I think they spoke yesterday. TxDOT. My logo that I put up for my group, which is a Facebook community action group, is called Protect Our Hills, Kendall County, Texas. We formed in order to fight a almost 1,000-acre roadway that would have been the size of I-10 surrounding the city of Bernie. Bernie considers itself the entryway to the hill country. In that entryway, you come from San Antonio on I-10. You can come from San Antonio on 281. You can come across country on US 46. We have back roads that we can take to get out into the really beautiful hill country. Surrounding our area, we have the wineries that are in Kendall County. Part of the winery tour, if you want to take it, going from Fredericksburg to us to New Braunfels, we are, I consider, one of the best living places in the world, right here, Kendall County, Texas. As others have spoke to, the industry came to us because there was going to be a need. When you start talking about 26 miles of a road that is going to be 4 lanes with feeder roads coming in, frontage roads, when you talk about an area that definitely has to have that industry in order to flourish once you put those roads in, yes, they want to be here. Yes, they showed up here. And one of the areas that they showed up in was the concrete batch plant, and it was Vulcan. It was right across the street, as you probably heard already from Odie Waters, from a Montessori school. It's right at the entrance of a beautiful subdivision that my husband and I almost bought in. We didn't due to circumstances, but the whole area here is now growing so fast, as New Braunfels is, that this industry is seeing opportunity to walk in, and without legislation, without us as a citizen being able to say anything other than air quality, we have no way to stop it. We have no way to have our input into it. We have no county legislation. And that is exactly what I would like to talk to, is the county legislation. We have very little ways that we can ask our county commissioners to please help us. I would like that local, limited local legislation for Kendall County. And I'm going to pursue that with our group. We were able to put a halt to that 26 miles, almost 1,000-acre roadway. We told TxDOT no. We had citizens group that showed up at Commissioner's Court that had to be moved to a building large enough to hold us, 300 people at a time. We had 4 meetings held, 300 people at most of the meetings, some a little less, some duplicated and came to all, but we showed up. And that's what we want to put behind a petition to tell the legislature that we want limited local control for these inappropriate placements of land use by APOs. Also for the resulting industry that they're servicing, the density in huge subdivisions that one came to our court this week. They wanted to be able to build 500 homes on 120 acres. When you subtracted out the green spaces, when you subtracted out the roadways, it actually came down to 0.124 lots per 0.124 acres per lot. That's what we're looking at here. That's what's happening here. And that industry that we're speaking of, the APOs, have to be in a close proximity to be able to service this. It's a definite blending of all of these together that comes back to no local controls. Thank you again for this opportunity. I really appreciate everything that you're doing for us, and I'm hoping that our representative will work with you.
Thank you, ma'am. Greatly appreciate your comments, and I will tell you he is. So again, thank you for being here, and I like your picture in your background there. That's is that your wall? You have that as your wall?
I wish.
Absolutely. It's very nice. Thank you, and have a good day, ma'am. Now we're going to reach out to Mr. Ortiz. Mr. Ortiz, are you with us?
Yes, sir. Can everybody hear me okay?
We can hear you, Lima Charlie, loud and clear.
All right. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the committee for giving Texans a voice regarding the issue of APOs. I'd also like to thank you, Colonel, and of course, my state representative, Andy Murr, for helping bring this issue into the light. My name is Fermin Ortiz. Our family lives on the Framley Ranch here in Llano County, right in the middle of the beautiful Texas Hill Country. The ranch is a working ranch and has been in the Franklin family for almost 150 years. It has survived fires, floods, all sorts of disasters. However, we were not prepared for the challenges of a sand mine just downstream on Sandy Creek and what it would have caused. The potential sand mining operation would have required 1 million gallons of water per month to facilitate their operations. I'm not making that number up. It's what they had to use at another similar plant was actually 1.1. So 1 million gallons is not an exaggeration. Sandy Creek earned its name not because it's always full of water, but because it's just sand from bank to bank. On occasion, the creek will flood, but normally the ranchers and other residents along the banks tap into the creek for a very limited amount of water under the bed. Sandy Creek could not sustain 1 million gallons of water being extracted per month. With time, most of the residents along the 44 miles would have ran out of water. Our water table could have been permanently and adversely affected. To put into perspective, just this summer, our neighbors were without water for 2 months. We ourselves have had to haul water for our cattle operation every summer for the past 20 plus years. Wells in our areas have historically gone dry during our regular Texas droughts. The people along Sandy Creek, the cattle, the deer, all our animals could have ended up without our most precious resource, water, which cannot be replaced. Llano County is known as the deer capital of Texas, so our hunting industry, which brings in approximately $5 to $8 million annually, that the county counts on for tax revenue, could have also been adversely affected. Binky Morgan, Larry Black, and myself started Save Sandy Creek, a group that was embraced by our area residents to fight back against the sand mine. We have over 1,500 hardworking, dedicated supporters. We set records on response to TCEQ public comments and requests for public hearings. Fortunately, thanks to the grace of God and our supporters, Save Sandy Creek was able to prevail, and the sand mine on Sandy Creek shall not be. However, we found ourselves fighting against a multi-billion-dollar industry. I know you've heard many testimonies addressing grievances against TCEQ, many justified. However, many of the TCEQ staffers we interacted with wished that the legislature would give them the teeth they need to better enforce their responsibilities of regulatory supervision. Many of these young men and women got out of college hoping to make a difference, and then they find themselves hamstrung. One provision that must be addressed, in our opinion, my opinion, is PBRs. That's permit by rule. And that's the way the industry can circumvent the public. They just fill out a document, submit it, and it's checked off, and they have a permit. If the sand mining operation in Sandy Creek had done that alone, we wouldn't have been able to do anything. But fortunately, they wanted to do a rock crusher also, which required air permits and such as that. So we were able to push back and get involved in the fight. Otherwise, he could have been dredging immediately. It's no reason anymore to have an exponential process in this. It should be the same all the way across the board. You ask for a permit, public gets hearings, public gets input, and then the decision is made going forward. However, that's not what's going on. As part of our efforts to address this ever-growing problem, we've joined up with TRAM, which is the Texans for Responsible Aggregate Mining. You've heard from some of my colleagues earlier, a statewide coalition for which I am now the spokesperson. TRAM members cover 32 counties, which represents 42% of our Texas population. Approximately 12 million people live in those 32 counties, and we're growing. For y'all listening, please look up TRAM Texas for more information regarding our efforts. I ask anyone listening to get involved. Don't wait for someone else to do it. You're not alone. Please understand that TRAM is not opposed to the aggregate industry, nor do we deny the need for the products. We just want them to see better regulations in order to protect Texans from some of the irresponsible parties in the industry. We ask for a level playing field. The good guys are disadvantaged to the irresponsible APOs. The good guys spend extra money on air quality monitors, safer roads, dust retention issues, a lot of expenses that the irresponsible ones save the money and leave the community exposed to their greed. Again, let's have a level playing field. For clarification, I am the former Republican Party chairman for our county. I'm not some person who doesn't understand business, and I'm not anti-property rights. However, my family's property rights ended our fence line. We cannot shoot across our neighbor's home, nor should I do anything that negatively impact their property rights. Let's be clear, this is not a partisan issue. It's about all of Texas, red and blue. Frankly, we can't wait 5 or 10 years and then expect somebody else to blame the other party for not doing anything. My question is, why should we as landowners, residents be left to fight these invasions by ourselves? We look to you to protect Texas. What would our legacy be? Am I able to continue speaking, Colonel?
Yes, sir. Please go right ahead.
Thank you. Should not our representatives protect Texas and our resources? We ask this committee not be the end, but the start of historical reevaluation of our priorities as Texans. What will be the legacy we leave our future generations? Is it that money is our God, or should we balance the need for products with the responsibilities for our beautiful state of Texas? Thank you for your time, Colonel.
Sir, thank you, and please make sure you send your written testimony to the committee.
I shall.
All right. Good seeing you, sir.
Keep up the good work, sir.
Yes, sir. And join us now is Miss Melissa Laster. Ma'am, are you with us?
Her video's on, but she's muted.
Mrs. Laster? I think you're still muted.
Yes, sir. I'm here. I am going to pull over. I'm taking my children to an appointment. I was supposed to be at 2 o'clock, so
Yes,
kind
ma'am.
of needing to redo my my schedule a little bit. I can pull over.
Well, let me
so-
ask you, how long before you could join us uninterrupted, because getting your children where they need to be is important.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I probably in 15 minutes or so.
Yes,
Would that
ma'am.
be all right if I?
That will be fine. The fact of the matter is we're way ahead of schedule on what we thought we would be, and so we're probably going to go on a break until more folks come into the chat room for us to bring them on. So we're about to
Wonderful.
take a break. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. This is very important, but I just want to be able to focus on.
Yes,
focus
ma'am. Absolutely. Now, when you come back, you may see a beautiful picture of some beautiful blue bonnets, and it says APO Town Hall. And we'll be right back, and so that we're still on, but we're going to take a brief break. Do we have anybody else in the room standing by?
Thank you.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So our viewers out there, we're going to take a break until others come on who have registered. So for right now, we're going to take a 10-minute break. It is 12:52, and we'll come back in 10 minutes, 1:02. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to day 3 of our APO Town Hall series. I believe we have, is it Melissa Laster? Ma'am, are you on the line with us? Okay, I believe we have lost Melissa. We'll give her a minute here to come back online. All right, everyone. We have 2 folks that were preparing to join us, and for some reason they fell off. So what we're going to do is we're going to come back at 2 p.m. where we have folks slotted for the 2 p.m. time, so same bat time, same bat channel. Again, we appreciate you joining us today, and we'll resume at 2 p.m. our Day 3 APO Town Hall. Thank you.
Oh, this is not on there yet. I can't hear the guy.
Representative Wilson on mute.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for hanging in there with us. We now have Melissa Laster on the line. Miss Laster.
Hello, how are you? Can you hear me?
I can, ma'am. Glad you were able to make it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you working with me on that. I was balancing taking my kiddos to an orthodontist appointment. So thank you very much for making the time to do that.
Absolutely. You're live. You go for it.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is the first time I've spoken about this, but I live in the area right by the quarry that is going to be built. I'm off of Smithson Valley Road. And, you know, of course, severe health effects from dust particles caused by a quarry are high on my list of concerns. Having 4 children who spend most of the day outside, and I have livestock and several honeybee hives that will be negatively affected by the quarry. But really the issues that I wanted to talk about today have to do with our unique ecosystem in this area. Really it's neat. It's a neat, unique area for Texas. First, the land where the quarry sits is part of the Edwards Aquifer Recharge Zone. And I'm so sorry if y'all have already spoken about all of these kinds of things, but I'm just concerned because quarries are documented as causing deterioration in water quality, and the Edwards Aquifer provides 90% of drinking water to San Antonio and the surrounding areas, including all of us locally who have our own wells. The recharge zone is a critical nesting habitat for an endangered golden cheek warbler and threatened species like the black-capped vireo and the whooping crane. There are actually 7 federally listed endangered species that the quarry would negatively impact. And they don't even include those 3 birds I just mentioned. The 2 aquatic insects, the Comal Springs dryopid beetle and the Comal Springs rifle beetle. There's a crustacean called Peck's Cave amphipod, and the fountain darter fish, the Texas blind salamander. Those are some of the endangered species. Second, the Natural Ridge Caverns. Those are within 5 miles of the proposed quarry site. And the cave system is the most extensive cavern within the state of Texas. In fact, it's listed in the National Register of Historical Places by the United States Department of the Interior as an important historical site. My property is within 5 miles of the Natural Ridge Caverns, and we have caves on our land. So it's proving that this entire area is full of caves. Blasting from quarries certainly cause damage to caves and would possibly collapse them in many areas. So it's a threat to the ground foundation of our homes that they sit on, and also the water wells that we have for drinking water. What's more is the cave system is habitat to many species, some endangered. They're listed by the United States Fish and Wildlife Service in December of 2000. These endangered karst-dwelling invertebrates include 3 beetles, the raiding Axillus and a Helotes mold beetle, daddy longlegs that are Coke and Dulfer cave harvestmen, 2 spiders, the robber baron cave spider and the bracken cave mesh weaver. So then you have within 5 miles of the quarry site, it's also bracken caves, which house the Mexican free-tailed bats, the largest bat colony in the world, actually. There's approximately 20 million matriarchs and their babies who live here. They keep the crop pests in check by consuming upward of 250 tons of moths and other insects per night. And these bats are very sensitive to sound. Think of their echolocation. So the implications to our ecosystem when bats will not return there because of blasting from the quarry, it could in essence ruin food crops in our area. But, and I know we're talking about Texas as a whole, we'd be infested by moths, thinking mosquitoes, things that these bats would eat. The main thing that I wanted to go over was the provisions of the Endangered Species Act that require the Secretary of the Interior, acting through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, to make decisions pertaining to protection and status of animals and plant species that are endangered. Section 7 requires all federal agencies to ensure that all actions they authorize or fund do not jeopardize or adversely modify the listed species' critical habitat. By law, our federal agencies need to take action and conduct a thorough geological survey on the property of the quarries to ensure endangered species in the cave system and aquifer recharge zone will not be disturbed by their activity. So thank you for giving me the time to present that.
Thank you, ma'am, and no problem in accommodating. We've recorded your testimony here to the town hall today, and we really appreciate you taking the time. And what I'd like to do now is transition to Mr. Herb Coley. Mr. Coley, are you in?
I am. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir. Please proceed.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, again, much as Ms. Laster, I apologize for not coming on sooner. I was still under the 2 o'clock plan. So I have no idea what others have said, but I speculate that my comments might be a bit repetitive. I live about 2 miles southeast of where the quarry is contemplating being built. And I can tell you that I'm concerned about many of the hazards that will emanate from the quarry. Even now, when folks burn north of us, more than 2 miles away, I get burn residue ash on my vehicles parked in my front yard. And that's much further than 2 miles away. So I speculate that there's going to be visible and measurable particulate matter coming out of that quarry when the wind is right, and causing breathing difficulties, especially for us older folks and folks that have comorbidities for pulmonary sort of disorder. So I'm concerned about that. I too am concerned about water. While I can't use water from the Edwards Aquifer because of restrictions on my property, as Ms. Laster said, the Edwards Aquifer obviously is one of the principal sources of water for this entire geographic area. So as a good citizen, I'm concerned about how that might affect water for other folks. Noise, I can live with some noise. I can tell you that a previous place I lived where there was blasting going on, though, we felt blasting more than 2 miles away from where the blasting was occurred, and even to the point of causing some breaks in sheetrock walls. Noise pollution, it's going to endanger drivers who are on 3009. Unfortunately, many of the drivers that haul aggregate and haul materials in the backs of these long trailers don't cover them properly. I know we see them stopped, and highway patrolmen and sheriff's department ticketing folks for not covering them properly. but I believe there's going to be property damage, much more property damage, broken windshields, dented front ends of vehicles, things like that. So I'm just in sort of in summary, I'm just concerned about how a quarry and all the multiple different things that are going to accompany it is going to change the landscape of our homesteads, the homes that many of us spent our entire lives saving for, so that we could live our dream and live in the Texas Hill Country, and to have that dream altered and that quality of life changed by this quarry is certainly disconcerting, and I hope that something can be done to prevent that. So I'll yield my 1 minute and 16 seconds back to whomever. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for providing me the time.
Mr. Coley, our pleasure, and thank you for joining us today. And it's amazing. When we opened up the town hall, we had 60 plus folks who registered, and so much that we kind of broke it up into time slots, so folks didn't have to be here the entire town hall meeting. But nonetheless, we had a lot of folks provide testimony today, and then we have some folks that were unable to make it even though they had registered. So in saying that, we have spoke to everyone who has registered and has come on to the Zoom with the Zoom instructions provided. And so let's just, I think what we'll do is, team, and let me know if anybody comes on, but I think what we're going to do is wrap it up. So today we heard from individual Texans that have personal experiences with the aggregate industry. This is the first time that the House has undergone a study of the aggregate industry since 2005. And it is only because of the hard work and relentless effort that you all have put in that has gotten us this far. But we are not done. I will be working with members of the Interim Study Committee, the groups that presented this week, and the testimony provided by you to prepare the committee report, which we will send to the entire House. Path forward. Once the 87th legislative session begins, I hope all of you are still engaged and willing to help fight to make informed change regarding aggregate that seeks to balance the needs of our growing state with the individuals who live here. James, if you'll put up our slide. Just as a final reminder, that if you have written questions or would like to offer written testimony to the interim committee and upcoming interim report, please use the information that should be on your screen now. This ends our time together this week. I want to once again thank all of those who contributed information for the past 3 days and those at home who took time to watch and follow along with us. Thank you, and God bless you.